Good evening, Twitch. How's it going? It is Friday, October 30th, 2020. And hopefully, actually, probably will be hell or high water here. We're going to try and beat VIII Lacrimosa of Donna. Thanks to Murgiger from our last stream. He said we probably have about a couple hours left here, so hopefully that'll be able to let us take care of as much as we can with this game, if not finish it. But I actually want to show one little thing here before we start, and it actually requires me to show you what my Steam achievements are here. So we're actually gonna jump over to that here for a second, and we have quite a few achievements left to actually take care of here. Obviously, we need to finish the perfect map. We need item collector, treasure hunter, people person, beast expert, exceptional service. So we now know that there are still quests to actually do. Village superstar. Obviously, we still need to get Griselda's approval. Demon hunter. We haven't done all the hunts yet. I did not realize this until, well, I just didn't realize it until the end of last night's stream. So we still have quite a few things to do here. Item collector. We are missing items. I don't know what we're missing, but we're missing items, which is kind of a surprise. People person, I kind of figured that because Griselda still hasn't revealed all her achievements, and I still haven't had every single character's heart-to-heart talk yet. I haven't been able to sit down with them and really hash things out. And finally, there's 6 hidden achievements in this game. I don't know what they are, because here's one thing I definitely want to say about hidden achievements. I don't like hidden achievements. I think they're absolutely terrible. I think they're some of the worst things you can actually have in a game, because it's like, great, now I'm just searching blindly and guessing for it. I think it's dumb. I think it's silly. But that's something I guess developers have decided, hey, it's good because we've got to let our people actually work even harder. So we've got our work cut out for us here. So why don't we get started here, because the sooner we start, the sooner we can actually jump into all of this here. And that means something has broken. That's what that means. Hopefully nothing is broken, but we shall see. But in our last stream, I'm actually going to back up a few save files. It's only one, thankfully. I believe this is actually the one. Hang on a second. Yeah, should be this one here. I'm just going to back up by one here, because in our last stream, we actually are in what I'm hoping, but I don't think it is the final dungeon. In our last stream, we went through the Octus Outlook here, and we actually went through most of the crystals here. We actually fought went through the Ocean Path, the Frozen Path, and Insectoid Path, and fought Hydra, Minos, and I'm terrible. I always forget her name. Why do I forget her name? Nestor. I always forget her name. But yeah, we still have a lot to do for some reason. We still have a lot to do. Sahad, don't sit down on the job. For now, I want to take a quick moment here before we move off forward here and get a few things straightened away. Primarily, I think I need more potions.
What do you need?
How's it going, board? See, really? I only used one potion? Okay.
Here you go. Please come again.
I'm actually scratching my head here at what item I'm actually missing. Like, there's clearly, I guess, something this game needs to give me. But I don't know what it is. I also was actually worried about how many revival items, and then Murger also pointed out, apparently I have 43 revival dragon treasures. I think I'll be fine. I was about to say, it's like, I should start this stream and just go do and get more ripe crewberries, because it's a quick and easy dungeon to do. No, I got 43. I'm good. I am good. I think we'll be fine in terms of resurrection items. I wish I had some wood to knock on here, because I feel like I just doomed myself here. But, like I said, we actually don't have all of the hunts done, surprisingly enough. And what makes me worried, it's not showing them. I don't know what I'm missing here, or when those hunts will actually show themselves. There's still, oddly enough, a lot for me to do. There is one other reason why I want to go to town here.
How can I help you today?
Maybe you need more progress. That's actually what I'm worried about. That's what I'm worried about. But I'm going to actually make this here, the Lachesis Flare here, because this is another piece of armor, since we did find one other piece of pure orichalcum in the dungeon. I'm actually going to make this because I am still looking for all of the items. And let's actually give it... Yeah, let's give it to Donna.
All right.
Nope, I'm still missing an item in this game. I am still missing items in this game. That Savage Mask is nice, but I think I'd rather have her with just more damage. Or Evasion, one of the two would actually work. How many I have so many cloaks, why am I not worried about this? Also, apparently I need to give him some items too. He's like the only character I'd be like, yeah, you just need defense. Zod can hit hard, but... He can hit hard, but at the same time, I don't feel like he needs it. I don't really worry about its defense, oddly enough. And let's just give him stats. Really just needs as much defense as possible. Let's see. Let's see, what else did she have? I'm gonna give her a cloak. I feel like, honestly, I'm at a point where it's like... Yeah, I'm actually okay with that. Give her a lot more stuff. Actually, you know, she actually has enough health. I'd actually be comfortable giving her 25 evade. I honestly just don't know what to actually do here. It's like, honestly, my party, because the story is just so much focused on Donna, I'm like... I still can't get it out of my head here. It's like that this game is so heavily focused on Donna. Over, like, obviously, like, Adol has never been the focus of any of the stories or anything that he's actually been involved with. He never has, and he probably never will be, but he's still like the main thrust of the character that you actually still focus on. This game completely says, yeah, you don't really need that all. It's just kind of there. Also, I'm still curious of what other item I'm missing. But for now, why don't we actually... Maybe there's a bit more for Adol to do later. Maybe. 98% of the treasures. Didn't this map normally show you... Oh, okay. So there wasn't any treasures here. Oh, that's the wrong map. Wrong map. I just wanted to check these areas here. 100%, 100%, 100%. Yeah, we're 100%. We're golden. We're golden. There's no reason for me to stay forward. Actually, you know what? Adol, you have been such a good guy. Adol's a good guy. Actually, send in the other team here. Let's send the other squad in. Does that give me 100% here? Yes, it does. Let's actually make this team feel important. Like, that's the one downside about the party system. It's like you'll end up playing certain characters.
Wait a minute. Where is this place?
World above the clouds. I didn't expect this.
You know, one of the cool things about games is whenever they do space. Whenever they do space, it's always amazing. Also, I'm gonna go... At all, I need to borrow this for a second. I still want items. I'm gonna be greedy until the end. Also, how big is this area? Path the Sky Era. I've apparently already harvested 3 out of 3. Wonderful. This game is giving me credit for something I didn't do. What? Oh. Can I talk? Woo! I think I just got her killed. Yes, I did. I did just get her killed. Good start. Good start. That's gonna kill me, isn't it? That is going to kill me. That is literally... You know, hang on a second.
A treasure chest.
Really? Nothing? Okay, so it actually does do damage. So... I'll still be confused why this game doesn't do things in 3D.
Yes, leave it to me.
Gems. They just do damage. Just swirling around in squares. Not really that deadly. I mean, they do 700 damage, so it actually would kill Donna right here, right now, but still. So I love the way this place looks. I think oddly enough, the character I actually find the least interesting for me to play is actually Sahad. He's easily like the most he's the frog mouth of the group. Let's be frank about that. He's the frog mouth of the group. But you know why he's the frog mouth of the group. Oh. Perfect. Level 74. Wonder what's Psyche or... Yeah, they still haven't answered that whole problem. They still haven't answered that question, honestly, and I'm personally actually also surprised how linear this dungeon is. I mean, I really shouldn't, given how this game has been. At least killing these guys is no problem. Yeah. Like, they still haven't answered, like, where or when she came from. Okay, that's our third pure orichalcum. Nice. Is there... You know what? Actually, yes, I am that type of person who would do this. I am the type of person who would do this. I know I am. So the real question is, honestly, who do I really want to have in my party at the end? I really wish Donna wasn't a slash type. I really wish she was actually a different attack type. I really wish that. I actually don't know. Do I want to give one to... It's more of a... It also, actually, no. I guess defense-wise, it's actually more of a boost for... Yeah, I guess actually making 2 of them. They lose HP, but honestly, losing 50 is not so bad compared to getting 47.
Leave it to me.
Yeah, let's make that.
Is that it?
Let's give that to... I actually don't know who I'd want actually more. It feels weird, honestly, having them lose their evasion. I think that's the real big thing. I really wish she was like a Pierce type or something. Let's just do this then. I'll give it to her. I'll give it to Laxia. Alright, Skypath. Let's go back. Sorry about that. Just really wanted to be able to take care of that. Also, good to know this is actually just free reign. Whoa. I'm just curious what age she actually came from. Oh, that's a gravity well. So that's what that was. I was curious. Well, at least getting the flash guard off these enemies was actually easy. I guess failing Kathleen's quest isn't possible either. Also, these guys are really good at giving me what I need here. Really? Alright. Guess I knew I forgot to make something before I left. Where's my eye drops? Oh, there they are. Level 75? Really? What the? Oh.
Leveled up? This looks nice.
Everyone's leveling up. Come. I should probably actually do myself a favor. Oh, even touching the thing blind.
Yeah.
Okay. Do not touch Willy. Good advice. And there's still one more chest over there. I feel like she would either be a dinosaur... if she's actually an Eternian, she would be a dinosaur. But I don't know what race Sarai is if she's not actually an Eternian. Never mind the fact, we still don't know what the actual history of Eternia is. How did it survive 2 ages? That, to me, is actually a bigger question. Did it really survive 2, Lacrimosas? And if so, then how did it? And also, I just noticed he's not healing because he's blinded. Interesting. Alright. Let's get that last chest. Dragon Tree treasures. Alright. I was gonna say, like, that's nice. It's like, great, I already had more than enough. Oh! Maybe I should actually let it lift me up all the way. There we go. What the? Okay, even if you're flash guarded, those things will still do damage to you. That is a positive, honestly. Also, I just love what they did with the whole space thing. Like, it's rare you get to see something this amazing. Also, apparently, Donna... hang on, camera. Camera will help you. There you go. Breathe easy, Donna. You're fine. Are there any more enemies leading to this boss? Honestly, doesn't look like it. No. No, we're in the clear. We're in the clear. Looks like our battlefield's just up there. That's why I'm healing. It's like, okay.
All right, let's go.
True, I always forget that as well. I do forget that too. Alright. So what does Sarai have? This is the final crystal, which makes its guardian... Yes, it should be Sarai's psyche. I've been mulling this over for a while, but Sarai isn't a Eternian like you, Donna. How come she looks like one? That's a good point. It's probably because... she's not Eternian at all. Although I love what I'm seeing here at first. I could dig this. Sky Seal Despair of the Dancer, Psyche Ura. Hello, nurse. It's here! Sarai Psyche. Oh, that is not good. Oh, gravity wells. That's a lot of gravity wells. Oh, that's also not good. That, yeah, we should not accept that. Ooh. Uh-oh. Well, she just exploded.
Now I can keep going.
Oh. Okay, she's got some moves. I would really like some heals.
Now I can keep going.
Actually, I just realized something that would actually make this fight a whole lot easier. Where was it? Aha!
Keep going.
Boom. No, don't have to worry about the status effects anymore. Still have to worry about actually taking damage, though.
No, I can keep going.
These gravity wheels are brutal. Thank you. Thank you. Well, that was a lot of meteors.
No, I can keep going.
Yeah, that's what I needed. Oh,
No, I can keep going.
what is go? Okay, that's a lot of lasers.
No, I can keep going.
I would really like to be able to get a flash guard right now. Thank you. I keep forgetting about the gravity wells. That's actually what's killing me right now. And also apparently falling off a cliff.
No, I can keep going.
Uh-oh.
No, I can keep going.
You know what? Let's be smart about this. What? Why can I dodge? What the?
Yeah.
It's a very interesting fight with all these ads. I didn't even get the final blow. I'm surprised I didn't get the final blow. Yay. Tria's psyche should finish growing now. This tree has gotten huge.
tree of Psyches has grown enough. I can sense a large wave of Psyches coming from the Valley of Kings.
Yeah!
We did it, Adol.
Good, because he never wanted to be
Managed
immortal.
to release all the psyches.
Sarai,
Please stop. I have no right to be addressed by that name.
Huh? What do you mean?
As I said before, my true name is Ura. My species descended to Earth from the skies above, possessing the power of mimicry.
mimicry?
It's the ability to perfectly copy another creature's shape and features.
With our power of mimicry, we claimed dominion over the land and flourished. But we were eventually greeted by the Lacrimosa, and I was selected to be a warden. When the Eternian era began, I descended to Earth once again, so that I may find a new Warden of Evolution among the Eternians.
Wait.
Then how'd you become the Princess of Eternia?
To find the person whose soul burns brightest, I thought it best to insert myself among royalty. So I snuck into the palace, where I learned the young princess was deathly ill.
Then...
Yes. After Princess Sarai succumbed to her illness, I used my mimicry to assume her place.
So she mimicked herself mimicked the princess when she was a child.
I reconstructed her personality and appearance, and made it part of my own. Then a few years later, at the Temple of the Great Tree, I met you, Donna.
Then... the Sarai I've always known was... Donna.
Don't make this more personal than it is. This was all for the great Lacrimosa. I did what I deemed necessary to protect this world.
This story again?
Even if that's true, think about Donna.
Her best friend was an imposter. Poor Donna.
An imposter? Not necessarily. No, what I did was unforgivable.
If you know that, then... What's happening to me?
Something's wrong.
This won't forgive what I've done, but...
Uh-huh.
My control over my mimicry is becoming unstable.
The way you spoke just now.
It's been a while, Donna.
Sarai? Huh? What's going on?
Don't ask me, Squirt.
I'm Sarai's personality, as reconstructed through Ura's mimicry. To be clear, I'm still not the real Sarai, but I'm the Sarai that you've known ever since we were young.
How is this possible?
Ura is a kind and virtuous person by nature. She must be suffering from carrying out her duty as a warden. The fact that you released her psyche is no doubt affecting her too.
How is this possible?
Donna,
Sarai,
I'm sorry to put you through such pain. I'm so sorry I couldn't stay with you until the end. And I'm sorry about Olga.
No.
Donna,
I want to stay and talk to you more than anything. But we have to go.
Yes. You're running out of time.
Adol, let's return to Saren Garden.
Adol, please come back to Octus once you receive the power. If you intend to stop the Lacrimosa, I'll explain what you need to do.
You will? That's a big help.
Yes. But for now, you must hurry to Saren Garden.
That's one hell of a split personality syndrome she's got there. Oh, all the symbols are finally filled out. That's strange. Wait a minute. Why is... Oh yeah, we're definitely doing that. We are definitely doing that. Although I'm curious, though. I am curious. We've released all the psyches. Let's go to Saren Garden. Let's not. Let's not say we did. No quests available. Interesting. Well, they're still saying the same things too. Oh yeah, I should actually probably get more medicine.
What do you need? Here you go. Please take care.
Yeah, that fight kind of kicked my butt. That fight kind of kicked my butt. Anything to say, Donna? Oh, she does actually. Wait, she did say something different. Does that mean anyone else is going to say something different? I doubt it, but still. Nope. Okay, so everyone else is pretty much just saying the same thing. Plus, I have some more food to cook. And then we'll go check on Dogi, see if we actually need anything else from him. See if there's any new hunts available. That's really the big thing. Still nothing. I clearly should be able to have a heart-to-heart with, Shubil, oddly enough, out of all characters. Right, Dogi. Any new hunts? Nope. No, still saying the same thing. Alright. Call me too curious, but like... Because we saved... I don't feel bad about doing this, I'm just too curious. I am just way too curious. Let's not do what Sarai says. Aw, damn it. Fine. Fine, the game won't let me. Thought I could. Thought I could. Can't blame a guy for trying. And not blame a guy for trying. You know, honestly, it feels very anticlimactic just being able to warp, but something tells me this is going to be a much longer game. Yeah, that tree got really big. That tree got really big. Alright, let's find out.
Whoa! Look at the tree!
The Tree of Psyches has grown so much. It's mesmerizing.
Wow! It's beautiful!
So what? So how does one go about receiving this power? Does Donna receive it?
No. The power of the Psyches conflicts with providence and natural law. It exists in direct opposition to the essence wielded by Eternians. Therefore, I would like to ask you, Adol, to receive the power.
I'll do it, or are you sure?
you and Donna can't do it, who else can?
We could draw straws.
I would prefer that Adol receive the power. Now, face the tree and raise your sword, the symbol of your strength.
Okay. As Adol held his sword, he felt a torrent of power surge into it. Ooh. Mistiltien? Mistalin? Let's go with Mistalin. I think that works.
Whoa!
So this has the power to stop the Lacrimosa?
Yes, the psyches of species past and their collective will to live. It seems to have worked.
What an incredible looking weapon. That's definitely not your average sword.
Our preparations are complete then.
Yes. Let's return to Octus. Soraya's waiting for us.
Be sure not to lose it. Do not lose that sword, Adol. I'm curious. Look at that sword. No, can't. Can I rotate? I can't rotate. Hang on a second. There we go. That's a better way to look at. Look at that sword.
My turn now! My turn now!
Ooh, actually, what were the stats on this sword? 303 strength, 20 defense. Wow. Oh yeah, speaking of which. So now the question is there a new quest? There is something happening. Huh? Hmm? The crystal! It's glowing! One more thing to do in the past. Doesn't that mean it has the same insignia as the other crystals that let us see into the past? That seems deliberate. Are the wardens behind this? Maybe it's a trap? With the psyches released, a trap seems unnecessary at this point. Can we use this to see your past again, Donna? Yes, I believe so. Or perhaps... Adol, let's try viewing the past with this. Did you figure something out, or isn't that dangerous? Yes, I think so. I don't think this is a trap. I think this is going to depict a specific moment in time. I want you all to see it. The truth of the Kingdom of Eternia. And my feelings as well. Perfect timing, Adol. We're in a bit of a bind right now. I'm sure you guys are busy right now, but can I talk to you real quick? I have some bad news. Areas we've had control over, such as the Eroded Valley, Shlom Jungle, and the Valley of Kings, have been taken over by beasts and primordials again. I thought we just got those areas under control. Yeah, I think the Lacrimosa might have something to do with this. Psyches are gathering at Seteran Garden. If it gets destroyed, Mistalin will lose its power. If the primordials keep reproducing at Shlom Jungle in the Eroded Valley, like we have a knife to our throat, so to speak. Yeah, if we're gonna get off this island, we need to keep those areas under control. I want you guys to focus on stopping the Lacrimosa, but we need your help with hunts in those areas to get things under control again. Of course we'll help you. With such limited time and manpower, we just have to give it our all. Thanks, that means a lot to us. We're at the end of our rope here, so we need to deal with this now. You're not wrong. But we should still take time to prepare ourselves instead of panicking. Haste makes waste. That's important to remember. Can't argue with that. You're absolutely right. Alright, Adol. Come to me once you're finished preparing. We're close to the end, so let's give this our all. Shlom Defense Hunt added, Befouled, Eroded Valley Hunt added, and Senrin Liberation Hunt added. Yes, yes they were. Oh, also we have a heart-to-heart. Anyone else want to have a nice sit-down and conversation? I guess not. Unless you made something new. No, you didn't. Yeah, I do need to check the poster board. That's the other thing I've got to do.
Come again.
That is definitely the other thing I have to do. Yep. There we go. Old Monolith, Griselda. Dynasty Formula. I found a monolith that dates back to the Eternia era. I have a favor to ask. Speak with me for more details. Yep, we got a lot to do. That is a lot to do. Means... let's talk with Griselda. Oh, did you check the bulletin board? Sit. Allow me to explain my request. Please take a look at this. I believe it's called a monolith. I found it while I was exploring in the northern region of the island by myself. As you can see, half of it is missing. Fortunately, according to Donna, the most important section is still intact. If you could find the rest of it, we can see the information it contains. You seemed intrigued by this. I'll need Donna's help to analyze the monolith's contents. Fortunately, she said she's been willing to help. Despite the current situation, this might be a good opportunity to learn more about Eternian culture. So I'd like you to help me find the other half of this monolith, Adol. Okay, I'll look for it, or I'll help you, but I can't promise anything. Thank you. I knew you would say that. Normally I would help you search for it, but I can't leave the village on my own. Appreciate you helping me out. Gee, it's almost as if we already have the item needed. Gave Griselda monolith fragment. This piece should fill in the missing part just so. I appreciate it. I believe I'll go ask Donna if she can tell me what this says. That was such a laborious quest. I will channel essence into it. Oh, I see. This is fascinating. Strange how it still works, even with that big crack running through it. What's it say? This is what's known as the truth of Eternia. This monolith contains information about the Great Tree of Origins and the three principles. The three principles? It's a philosophy which states that the origin of all things can be traced back to three principles. These principles are the sky, ocean, and earth. Sounds familiar. What exactly does that monolith say? Let's see. All originated from an abyss, the boundless sky spreading in all directions. In time, rain fell from the sky, giving rise to the ocean. In time, fire spewed forth from the ocean, giving rise to the earth and the great tree. By the power of the great tree, life was formed, evolved, and set foot on Earth. And life is nurtured still by the Earth. One day, life must return to the sky through the great tree. Thus, life continues a cycle of evolution. That's what it says. So, that's what was passed down as the truth of Eternia. Interesting. Almost reminds me of, tritheism. Tritheism? I think I've heard of that before. What is it? It's a religion that was, in practice that predates the hieroglyph church. I believe it was centered around the worship of 3 gods. Oh, I'm not familiar with it. Me neither. The basis of the 3 principles is the sky, the ocean, and the earth. And tritheism worships 3 deities, the sky god, the sea god, and the earth goddess. So the sky would be analogous to Horu, the sky god. They're literally talking about E7 here. The ocean would be analogous to Gratios, the sea god. The earth would be yeah. I'm having trouble actually saying the word analogy here. Analogous to Maya, the earth goddess. Maya, I wonder. Oh, are you familiar with that name? Yes, one of the wardens, Hydra, mentioned her to us. Adol told Griselda the story that Hydra had told them. I see. He's telling the truth, and the Earth Goddess once existed long ago. There's no way to confirm if that's true or not, though. I ain't the scholarly sort, but so I don't really get all this. But it sounds like tritheism originated in Eternia, yeah? There's no way to prove that, but it's an interesting theory. Knowing this, it might be worthwhile to travel the world and uncover the truth. Either way, this is probably all we can determine at this time. Thank you for helping me analyze such a valuable piece of information, Donna. I'm just glad I was able to help everyone learn more about my era. As am I. Still, what the Warden revealed to you seems rather cruel. The Great Tree does not perpetuate the cycle of evolution, but the selection and rejection of species. I don't want to accept that the world is sustained by such a process. I'll do whatever it takes to stop it, or it's a lot to wrap my head around. Wait, wouldn't that then mean the religion in E7 would be older? At all. Yes, we will stop it. I'll do whatever I can to stop it too. Yes, we can accomplish anything so long as we work together. Yeah, she's right. I agree. How inspiring. I believe you'll accomplish the task before you. Our future rests in your hands.
We did it!
There we go. Exceptional service and village superstar achievements completed. And now it's time to enjoy some heart-to-heart talks with everyone. Starting with Griselda. Do you have a moment at all?
The view from this height is stunning. I'm sorry to suddenly ask you to accompany me up here. I would like to personally thank you once again. Please accept this as a token of my gratitude.
A jewel brooch? What is this? I can't accept such a fancy gift.
It's an accessory from my personal collection. One that I thought would suit you best. If you don't need it, I will not be offended if you choose to sell it after we escape this island.
Oh, Adol would never do that.
I'll be blunt. What is your opinion of the Roman Empire?
It's a powerful nation. It's a cramped nation. I'll be honest, in all of the Ys games, if we actually talk about the Roman Empire, it's kind of known as being the worst empire. Like, it's always overly militaristic, and it's always filled with antagonists that Adol has to actually beat. They're like, it's very apt to like the actual Roman Empire in history. They're very colonialistic or imperialistic. That's actually the best way to say it. They weren't colonial. They would literally just imperialize everything. But you can't deny, though, that the Roman Empire, it's a powerful nation.
Are you referring to our military might? That's not necessarily something to be proud of.
It isn't, because Adol has had enough of fighting the Roman Empire.
With each passing year, Rom's wars of expansion continue, and her territory grows ever larger. Her desire for conquest shows no signs of waning. What I'm about to tell you, Adol, stays between us. You've attracted the attention of certain individuals within the Roman military.
As Euron has also stated.
They might decide to cause trouble for you in the future. Much like what happened in Salsetta. Please, be careful.
You know, it's actually apt here, because that's what happens in Arca Nepishtim. Thank you for your concern, or that's very kind of you.
Yes.
You won't get another gift from me by resorting to flattery. I brought you here to thank you, yet here I am, inspired once again. Leo told me that I need to start thinking of ways to establish my influence in Rome. That being said, escaping this island is our top priority. Let's see this task through to its end.
Leo is actually right. Honestly, for being the fourth princess, Griselda actually could do a lot. There's actually one other thing I need to do here as well, which would probably make this game a little bit easier for me, but...
Good boy.
No, I need to talk to Allison. The thing I actually want to make... It's weird that the hero, this is clearly like the strongest of items.
This is a rare product.
Want to just make another one of those. Reputation is apparently king. They just went by pure stats. Actually, you know what? You know, this is actually probably the best setup for him. It's a shame, actually, there aren't any other, like, increased HP ones. I would actually say, like, if it wasn't, like, evasion is pretty much, like, the other thing I would think of. Just of how many stats you could actually get. Alright, let's talk to Donna here first, and then we'll do this. This will be a final battle. Make sure we haven't forgotten anything. Excuse me, Adol. If you don't mind, there's a place in the village I'd like to see before we go. Sorry, but do you think you can accompany me? Adol climbed the watchtower with Donna, and they took in the view of their surroundings. Fortunately, there were no signs of any primordials. They decided to rest for a moment in the meantime.
Even if we manage to stop the Lacrimosa, I still don't know what's going to happen. We've come so far. I've been waiting for this for so long.
We'll face it together, or thank you for waiting so long. Just probably a couple hundred or maybe 1,000 years. Probably thousands of years.
But we've only come this far thanks to you, Adol. I'm glad I met you. That's why I have to confess something to you. Actually, I need to apologize to you. You and I, we had a fascinating bond. We shared a consciousness, and through that we were able to travel together too. Through it all, I started to become unwaveringly convinced of something. Your soul burns brighter than any other soul in the world. Adol, I think I was the one who selected you to be the Warden of Evolution for humanity. I may be the reason you're forced to suffer in the future. And yet, despite everything, you're still trying to help me prevent the Lacrimosa. I'm so sorry that I forced this burden on you.
You don't need to apologize, or I'm honored that you chose me. You know, I don't think even LDL would have been able to actually tell Adol this. What the heck is wrong with my internet connection? Is it getting better? It's getting better. I'm honored that you chose me.
Well, when you put it like that, it's actually a little embarrassing. Still, we didn't have Mistletoe, the Sword of Psyches, like we do now.
Mistletoe? Really? That's how you pronounce it? Oh well, so much for Mistletoe. Mistletoe, then.
I'm glad you're the one who received the power of Psyches. In all honesty, I could have volunteered to receive it myself, but I wanted to fight by your side until the very end.
So that's why. You're just full of surprises. So she could have actually taken the power for herself then. And this makes things even more awkward, honestly.
I don't know if I'd phrase it like that,
I don't know, Olga does. Each time, every time.
but in hindsight, you're the best person who could have received it. Yes, Adol, I'd like you to have this.
An old seal ring.
It's a keepsake from my mother. It's the reason why I've always felt so compelled to help others.
Oh.
Normally, this ring seals essence, but I modified it somewhat so you could make use of it, Adol. It would make me happy to see that ring on your hand while you hold that sword.
Thank you. I will cherish this. Or, I understand. Time to face our fate. All these ladies are giving gifts to Adol.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Let's fight together, Adol. Side by side until the very end.
There we go. So now we have two more pieces of jewelry. I'm curious about something though. Are these actual attachments? No, they are not. So that must mean they're items. So let's go down the list and see if we could find it. Actually, find both of them. Tiger Claw. I don't remember seeing it though. Old Seal Ring, 30% critical rate and 30% strength and defense. That's really good. Jewel Brooch, 2/3 SP cost and 25 strength. That's actually very similar to... That's actually well... Shoebill apparently gives better, better accessories. But that's still actually really good. Like, being able to actually have a lot of, a reduction. That 30% critical, though, that's actually really good. Alright. Well, now that the heart-to-heart is taken care of, now time to actually get to work. Time to get to work. Did I already save it? I already saved it. Good. Alright. So I guess these are the last 3 hunts here. Level 72, level 80, and level... No promises on, I'm gonna get some items from other... At least I think I am. I hope I am. You know what? I'm not gonna worry about items anymore. I'm not gonna worry about items anymore. Let's just not worry about it. Although, the downside... Did anything appear for raids? Very doubtful. Because we actually have the raid achievement. So the raid achievement is now taken care of. So we've done all of the, We've done all of those achievements now. What the heck is the spare armor? There it is. Let's just give her this then. And we probably... I think we still have another cloak. Yeah, we have another prominent cloak. There we go. That feels much better in terms of stats. Feels much better in terms of stats. Alright. Slum defense. The Primordials expanding their territory. Stop them from reaching the village. The jungle also requires this as well. I'm gonna keep the bell on just in case, because I don't know what they're actually gonna do, but I want to make sure I can actually walk on the swamp water here. Alright.
Let's dispatch. Leave it to me.
Yeah, so raids are done, thankfully. What the? Alright. Hydra of sorts is here. Level 96? What?
Coming your way.
Where the heck is the next? There it is. Yeah, level 80 there. Even this beast nest is... What the? Ah, crap.
Everyone, charge!
I just realized there was a base over there. If I could actually get to it. Also, apparently, also need this as well. Oh! Okay. Well, at least these things die quickly.
Coming to support you. I'll protect my family.
I'm coming right now. Please, take this.
There we go. The base health getting lower and lower. What? The base health is connected to the torches, so we're actually fine on that. We're actually fine on that. go.
Good to go.
Yeah, that's about right.
Nice! That's great!
We need to salvage this!
Don't underestimate them.
Alright, this is a problem. There we go. Aha, the boss. That's fine. I'm okay with the boss running away. Oh, I think I realized how you get all S rank. I think I just realized how you get the S rank. You do have to actually last all 10 rounds.
Incoming!
Right.
I'm coming right now.
I can't even reach the boss here. Like, I think, honestly, I'm kind of working off of theory here. And the boss ran away. And we lost a torch. Because you get points for each of the rounds. So it makes sense in that aspect, at least.
How impressive.
How much a boost? A lot. Those torches give so much of a boost. Like, they basically make it so you can actually kill the bosses.
Hold on a second.
So... Okay, they make a big deal.
I'll support you. Echo. Melody of healing. Please take this.
I mean, what? These guys are level 82. And look how quick they're dropping.
Don't underestimate me.
Plus, also, you get more points as well. And I'm assuming this is like a quota-based system. I'm sure you're awesome, buddy, but I need you to... I need that Gale Feather.
Wow, that's good.
Don't get cocky. I'm not going down.
What the heck?
I'll protect my family.
Alright, I guess I can't kill them, but they can't kill the torches, so they're fine.
I'm joining in.
Uh-oh. Need that torch.
Oh, I am awesome!
That was a lot of roars.
I'm on my way. Everyone, follow me.
Boss ran away.
Coming your way. Please take this. Believe in your weapon. I'm gonna finish you.
Nope. Guess the boss spawned in a spot normally. Probably, or maybe they just fell, because I wouldn't be surprised, because
I am awesome!
you'd be surprised how many cracks you can just fall through.
Did it, everyone!
Well, that wasn't so bad.
Yeah, good job.
That wasn't so bad at all. I still don't understand what the keep rate HP bonus is, though.
Masterfully done!
Hey, S rank. Nice.
Damn, that's good.
That is good. Thank you.
Oh, I am awesome! Impressive!
Splendid.
Prismatic Jewel. Okay, Prismatic Jewel. There's clearly, like, something special for getting S rank on everything. Like, I mean, not like as a whole, I mean just individually. So. The creatures contaminating the minerals have been found. Defeated right away. That's Eroded Valley, so I'm going to need... Won't need that, but I'll need the glowstone. Yeah, the rest should be fine.
Dispatch.
Yeah!
How good is Orgrass? Orgrass is something that you just trade. Level 105.
This is our chance! Do it!
Ah, shoot.
I'll support
Yeah, Orgrass is just something that you trade for other items. Six here, nest. Oh my god, there's...
Is everyone okay?
Is this... do I really have to... oh, that's a problem.
I'm blushing!
Good, good!
We just begun! Get ready!
Are you all right? Please take this.
Hang on a second.
Let's give it our all.
I think as long as I actually do the extra attack, that's all that matters.
Are you alright? Please, take this!
Apparently I have to walk all the way over there.
Finish it!
Experience always prevails.
Well, this thing's gonna just die. It's gonna die. And can't stop that.
Is everyone okay? Please, use this!
There's the boss.
Big one's coming through.
What the? That's, oh, it's a frog.
On my way.
Gotta be careful with those.
Be aggressive!
I'm actually gonna test this, if I beat this quickly. Oh, don't eat me. Oh, no new enemies. Oh, he's dead. Alright, so that was a 3-round.
I'm blushing.
At 550,000 points.
Hey, we did it!
Yes, great job!
All the torches are alive, so we're good on that. Does this for his old S rank? Yeah, I think you do need to bleed it out. I think you actually do need to bleed it out.
Great job!
That's impressive.
That actually didn't take any time at all. That took no time at all to do. So I'm actually curious about something then. So let's do this then. So I'm gonna need the bell. Because I don't need that. I doubt I'll need those. I won't be standing around either. You know what? Actually, these are actually fine. Alright, Senran Liberation.
Let's work together!
Level 88! It's only level 88. It's not much. Oh. Oh, that is rude.
Finish it!
Stop. Hang on a second.
Hold on a second!
There's so many. There's so many. Yeah, I'm not blinded anymore. Oh no.
Hope this hits!
That's basically what you're doing. You're point farming. Like, you're letting them spawn enough enemies.
Still coming! Stay down!
Let me help you. Let's be aggressive!
On my way!
Oh, I guess you do have to just jump over, don't you? Yeah, they actually want you to jump over.
I'll join in. Fighting spirit burn!
Oh, I need you to do that. What?
I won't be startled anymore!
It feels weird messing around, honestly. Oh, beast leader. How the? Wait a minute. Oh, what? How the? Hang on a second. How the heck do I get up there? Oh, don't. I have to actually do a jump.
Believe in your weapons.
Hang on a second. Oh, hello. Never knew there was a torch there. Oh, they're right, the bridge. I forgot about that bridge. Ooh, ah, shoot. Oh, that's...
This is my full potential. How impressive. Let's finish it!
Hold on a second. Don't let him drink it again.
I don't even know what I'm hitting. I really don't know what I'm hitting. Oh, I'm hitting it. Oh, this is the boss. I really should just kill these things. These darkness monsters are annoying.
This is nothing new.
Charge that up.
That's great! Let's go
I'll
for the
go over
win!
here.
Don't underestimate them.
Turn that on. Turn that on.
Let's finish it!
Turn we go. That takes all the nests.
I'll protect my family.
That's the thing actually I've noticed about the hunts. They're not really that good at giving you levels.
Let me help you. Everyone, follow me.
At least I don't think they are. Oh, they're up there. Oh, damn it. This is actually kind of a pain.
This is my full potential.
Alright.
Incoming.
Alright.
I'm on my way. Everyone, follow me.
Boss has appeared. And that's probably what it is. It really is probably just, hey, you have to do this for so long. And the boss destroyed that torch.
I'll support you. Here's a little gift for the beast.
Are you all right? Everyone, take care. This is nothing new.
This is great.
The annoying part is that they're all hitting the areas that are... Like, this is a multi-tiered area. That's the problem. Damn it. Also, he keeps running away. Oh, there he is. I was wondering when I was actually going to die from that.
Let's finish it.
Well, now I am trying, and now I can't actually find him.
Nice. That's great.
Don't get cocky.
There we go.
I'm coming right now. Please take this.
Shoot. And they're all up there.
Now, go ahead and eat up.
All right, let's start fixing it. Fixed it. Let's make things interesting. Everyone, get ready.
Final attack. I've got to kill him now.
I'll join you.
Okay. heck is he? There he is. This should do it. Or maybe not. That would do it. Oh, that was... If that doesn't get me an S rank, I will be shocked. Like, that actually took a lot of effort.
This is my full potential. Huh, that's amazing.
You did it, everyone!
Yeah, good job!
Let's see. Yep, so you don't get any points for the left attack bonus.
That was great!
I can't believe that was an A rank.
Splendid!
But we did get the achievement Demon Hunter, though.
Not bad.
How impressive!
Man, getting S rank for all this is actually difficult. So that takes care of that achievement. That means also I need to talk to the doctor here. New formula. Dynasty formula. Dynastic water can now be made.
Hello.
Dynastic water. Oh, sweet. The dynastic water. Now I can have 100% extra gauge. Not too thrilling, but still.
Please take this.
Let's see. Yeah, Orograss is used to make these strength elixirs. Or strength, defense, and life elixirs. So, if you really want to farm a lot of it, and you can also trade it as well. So you can do 4 big pearls for Orograss, or
Take your time!
if you want to trade your ancient materials for Orograss. Basically, it's a good way just to level up all of your
Oh, done
stats if you want. Like, it basically trivializes the game, which, depending on how you look at things, is a good thing or a bad thing. With the required ranking? Yeah, sure. That's what, a raid or a hunt? I'm assuming that that's probably a raid. Oh no, the reward. 30 Orograss. That's a lot of Orograss. I was thinking the point requirement. I doubt anyone actually recorded that. Yeah, that would definitely be worth 30 Orograss, alright. Alright, well, now that's taken care of. I don't think we have anything else to do here. Had no more heart-to-heart talks. Are we actually fully approved? We are fully approved. Everyone likes us. Although I don't know if everyone has had their heart-to-heart talk with me. Nope, no one else wants to talk to me up here. We're done with fishing, too. Alright. Well, with that done, why don't we go to the past? For one final time. Let's touch that crystal. Let's see what the true history of Eternia is. Oh my god, I just realized we still haven't been able to go to this dungeon in Adal's time. 3 months have passed since Donna's visits Seren Garden. Oh my god, the dinosaurs! They've actually died. White memory. Wait a minute. If she... I guess this is before she actually killed herself. Oh, I guess locked herself in. Wait, is that... That's Restel. Then Olga would still be alive in this time.
Please watch your step. It's easy to lose your footing here.
Thank you, Restel.
I'm guessing... Oh, he lost an eye.
I can't believe how cold the kingdom has gotten.
Yes. The chill has only intensified since we left 3 months ago.
If this continues, the capital will. I hope everyone who has been evacuated to the palace is safe.
Yes. We must hurry.
I sense something.
What is it, my lady?
I'm not sure. I just felt like we were being watched. Such a cold gust.
It seems to have subsided. But whatever it was you sensed has been quieted by the wind. I'm sorry I did not act sooner.
It's okay. Please don't concern yourself with it. In situations like this, he reminds me so much of Drian. Still, that presence I sensed, it seemed familiar somehow.
The air is getting colder. Even with our essence equipment protecting us, temperatures this low are still dangerous. We should enter the palace. Lady Olga is expecting us.
Yes.
I'm surprised there's still people in the palace. I wonder what happened to, Lucia. So I'm the last one standing. Don't worry, my friend. I'll be with you soon. Old, I hurt. I heard rumors that we're out of food. If that's the case, then maybe I should. It's over. Journey is over. We're doomed. Doomed, I say. Ah. Lady Donna? Huh? Ah, you're right. It's Lady Donna. She's back. I thought she abandoned us. It's like Queen Sarai and Council Darius. Is this everyone? There are fewer people.
Oh no. At this rate, it's going to...
Lady Donna.
I'm surprised I didn't update his profile picture. Huh. This hurts so much. Why is this happening? Must have frost fever. When an Eternian's body temperature gets too low, they're more susceptible to illness. Many people have lost their lives to this disease. Looks like the disease is still in its early stages, though. No, it's not much, but have some medicinal herbs I found. I hope you feel better soon. Really? When the herbs wear off, am I going to die? I don't want to die yet. I don't want to die. Wow, this is rough. Speak to Olga in front of the throne. He was full of energy and inspired everyone around him. I was so proud of my little brother. He died so fast after he got sick. At least it was quick, I guess. Only you could have come sooner. Who am I kidding? It would have made a difference. Piss off, I've got nothing to say to you. We're all gonna die, we're all gonna die! Want us to abandon the capital? Screw you, if people have done your jobs in the first place, this never would have happened. That's not the point. Oh, it's you, Donna. Sneaking out of the temple again, huh? You're a candidate to become the next maiden. At least act like one. Here, eat this. Make sure you're eating enough. Barasa, your memory. She's gotten much weaker. Another cold front comes. Yes, we need to hurry. I was born in the capital, but my family died when I was young. Since I have no family, I've decided to help everyone I can. Fredo can be clumsy at times, so... I need to help him. Lady Olga's brought us some medicine, so my father was finally able to sleep. I don't think he has much time left. Don't worry, Dad. I'm not going anywhere. Dog of the Great Tree, enemy of Eternia, you've got some nerve coming back here. Get out of here. We don't need you. Enough. I will not allow anyone to disrespect Lady Donna. It's okay, Rastel. I understand their pain and their desperation. You don't understand anything. Leave us the hell alone. In slight pain today. Lady Donna, will I be okay in this cold? I'm not sure. We need to do what we can rather than worry. You're right. Those rumors about Lady Donna's power true? It's a seal, not you too. Lady Donna, welcome back. I'm sorry I wasn't able to fulfill my promise to support you. I'm just happy to see you're well. You look so haggard. This is kind of embarrassing, but Sia has actually been taking care of me. I'm supposed to be taking care of her. But I must admit, she's a fast learner. Tell her she's doing a good job for me, okay? Yeah, wait. Aw. Anissa's still alive. Lady Donna, I'm so happy you're back. Good to see you too, Sienna. I'm glad you're doing well. Of course, I mean, a lot has happened, but... Lady Donna? I have some bad news about Odo. What? What happened? It was just a few days ago. He used the last of his essence to protect us from the cold front. I tried to stop him. I told him to not overwork himself. Don't cry. He wouldn't want that. Sorry to have tell you this when only you just returned. Please come inside. I've been waiting for you. I wonder what happened to Atla. Atla is preparing his body for a burial ritual, burial right now. It'd be good if you paid your respects to him later. Entire family died from frost fever. I fled my homeland and came all the way here. How long must we endure this? So the entire island is actually affected by this. Really is you. Welcome back, Lady Donna. It's good to be back, Sia. Thank you for taking care of everyone. But please don't push yourself too hard. I'm still recovering from an injury. Oh, I'll be fine. Besides, I'm good at this stuff. Me and my mom are doing okay thanks to everyone. I gotta pay him back somehow. I see. Thank you, Sia.
But our food supply is scarce. The stockpile commissioned by the Queen is nearly empty.
As things stand now, we may not outlast the cold.
Do you think this winter will ever end? They say Lady Donna no longer receives visions. If she has lost her powers, as the rumors suggest, she has no right to lead us.
Mind your tone. Lady Donna risked her life to travel north and investigate.
Wait, what's further north?
Even if she has lost her powers, her dedication to her people is without question.
That's not what I meant. I just...
Stop it, both of you. This argument is pointless. Regarding our food supply, we have potatoes stored in the underground sanctuary. We'll ask anyone who is able to bring them here.
Oh, I see. Thank you, Lady Olga. I'll let the people know right away.
Also, I know there are still pockets of survivors in the city. I want you to investigate, and tell any survivors you find to evacuate to this location.
Good idea. Anyone who's still out there won't survive the next cold front. My men and I will depart at once.
Good. I'm counting on you both.
Lady Olga has become the real ruler of these people.
Lady Donna? It's been a long time. I have returned.
I'm glad to see you're safe. You surprised me when you said you were leaving the capital to investigate the northern nations. No matter. What's the situation in the north?
Well, about that.
We should discuss this in private. So, the northern nations have been annihilated.
It gets even colder the further north you go.
That can only mean any survivors have most likely migrated south of the capital.
I would assume as much. The surviving Saurians are migrating south as we speak. I hope we all make it through this.
The southern nations are not so prosperous, but at least hope can still be found there. The real question is, what should we do?
Right. Olga, we should leave the capital and travel to the southern nations. We can even provide what resources we have here as a way of helping.
Your ideas are always so bold. Still, I knew you would suggest that.
Yeah, I would go where the animals are going.
So you're saying...
You do have a point, is all. But let me think about it a bit.
Huh?
Rumor has it you don't receive visions anymore. But you still receive visions. Don't you, Donna?
Yes.
I see. Then I need to think about this very carefully. Let's talk again tomorrow morning.
Olga.
I'm sorry, Donna. I need to excuse myself. There's something I must take care of before nightfall.
Poor Lady Olga.
Lady Donna,
Rastal.
what did Lady Olga say?
Yes. Well, she'll have an answer tomorrow.
Oh, I see. Lady Olga grew up in the capital, so the thought of leaving must be a very difficult one. In that case, what do we do about our preparations?
I must ready myself as well.
Lady Donna?
It's nothing. Let's prepare as we planned.
Understood. I shall take my leave then, and begin the preparations. Will you be returning to the palace?
I'm going to take a walk around the capital before I return.
What? At this hour? Shall I escort you?
No, I'll be fine. I just need to gather my thoughts.
I understand. Please be careful.
Now I'm... Okay, so I definitely need to head there. Quest, story, destination. I'm surprised I can't teleport to the chamber. Am I gonna get like... Okay, I'm not gonna get a warning. Nope. Also, I should check here. Lady Donna's level 60. Got the Eternal Gauntlets. Still only using the cloth.
Here go! Change! Change! Yeah.
Ah. Great Tree of Origins. Olga, everyone. Zia? What? That's... Io? Is that you, Io? Are you okay? I would really like to be able to reach Gaius here. Am I not? How the heck do I get up there, then? Yeah, I just need to head this direction. So, I can ignore her. Okay. I will ignore her. Just stay there for a second, Io. I need you to stay there. So what do they want here in the temple? I'm assuming this isn't story, right? No, it's just... Yeah, story destination, okay. This is actually really weird. I can even attack for some reason. Oh, there's even people here. With Odo's passing, there are a few people left to us who can still use essence. Everyone's worried, but talking about it won't change anything. Also, I'm not one for thinking things over. I'd rather just focus on protecting people. Another cold front is on its way. You alright bunkering up in the capital like this? Lady Olga's supposed to be coming up with a plan, but... What are we supposed to believe in anymore?
It's cold. So cold. Damn it. I'm hungry.
Damn hungry. There's still some food at the temple. Holding out on us. Well, the temple only care about themselves, you know. I heard you and the others are leaving the capital. Things are better south, aren't they? Please take me with you. I can't stand this place anymore. I'm surprised this place is actually still standing.
Mom. Wake up. Mom.
Oh. Mom, wake up. I'll only pay you for all that you've done for me. Please wake up. Oh, these are all coffins. Well, there goes Odo. Odo. Oh, Lady Donna, you've returned. Hello, Lady Donna. He looks so gaunt. Must have pushed himself too far. Some things never change, I see. Yes, he used all his essence to protect us from illness and the cold. Begged him to stop, but he just smiled and ignored us. How tragic. If only we could offer him even one flower. Yes, he did so much for us. Where can we even find a flower? Well, flower. It might be difficult to find, but look for a flower. I understand. I'll go look for a flower. It wouldn't be right. I'll do my best to find one. Yeah, sorry, Bart. I'm taking control of that one. It feels weird to say I'm going to do nothing. Lady Donna, thank you so much. Like, it's those little weird things I feel like, why? Flower of Gratitude. Anyone else up here? Yes, there are. Oh, there's Rastel. It hasn't been easy, but our preparations will be finished by tomorrow morning. Thank you, Rastel. Let's leave this area to me. If we're going to leave the capital, we should leave soon. That cold front could come in any moment. You okay, Lady Donna? If you need anything, please let me know. Fortunately, this place has equipment. I'll give you the storage key. I'm sure you'll find something useful in there. It would help a lot. What should we do about everyone in the capital? I don't know. I doubt they'll even come with us. Dwelling on it won't help though. Do what you think is necessary, Rastel. Yes. Well, at least he's become a good guard. Lady Olga had started growing white potatoes because we could stand cold temperatures. It's gotten even colder since then, and none of us are able to use essence. No, we just need to get through this. Be careful, Lady Donna. There are deep snow patches outside. Some people are saying we should abandon the capital, but they can piss off. My daughter is dead. Happened not too long ago. Can't leave her. I'm gonna stay here and live. Nestle seems to be very busy. Maybe he's planning to leave the capital with us. What am I going to do? I don't want to leave the capital, but I don't want to die either. You leave the capital. I used to be Consul Darius' secretary. At first, I hated him for running away, but I think I understand now. He knew the capital was doomed. Who wouldn't leave if they knew? Everyone in the temple's working hard and looking out for each other. My brother was dying, the clerics took care of him until the very end. I hate the great tree, but I can't thank the clerics enough.
Lady Donna, help. Please help me.
I have to pray to the great tree.
Food. Is there any food anywhere?
That voice sounded familiar. How long has it been since he passed away? I say a prayer for him to the great tree. Oh, great tree. When did this have to happen? Save as many people as I can for as long as I can. There are fewer cases of frost fever now, but everyone seems mentally shaken. Maybe they contracted some sort of brain infection. Sorry, there's nothing else we can do. I can take over here. You should get some rest, Frito. Thanks, you've done so much for us, Mira. Don't mention it. It's not like I have a family anymore. I'm just happy that I can at least help our family out. Promise me that you won't do anything crazy? Promise me you'll try to live as long as you can? Okay. Is she blushing? Why? I promise, for my father's sake. Good. Days like this remind me of when I used to take care of the flowers in the garden. Queen Sora was kind, and she always talked to me. Maybe it's because you've returned, Lady Donna. I suddenly remember the past again. Oh, the memories. I'm running low on medicine. I need to make some more. Please don't look so worried. It isn't that bad. Anyway, I'm worried about Lady Olga. She looked troubled. I might be relying on her too much. Lady Donna, you look so sad. Did she? What's wrong? No, it's nothing. My mom is doing much better today. Probably because you're back, Lady Donna. Wrong, Mom. I had a dream. Mia was angry at me. And I need to let her go so I could stay close to you, Sia. Oh, Mia. Mia was so amazing. Gotta be strong, Mom. Yes, you're right. I'm sorry for everything, Sia. Food in the stockpile is just a half measure. We have no idea how long it'll last us. It's the longest winter I've ever seen, and we keep getting hit with cold fronts. The Essence Maester is no longer with us. Wouldn't have lasted one night without him. Damn it! I don't know how, I just want to survive. Thanks to Lady Olga, we might be able to replenish our food stores. She's simply amazing, I can't thank her enough. If it wasn't for her, we'd be dead already. We should be good to go on food for a while, but there's still plenty to worry about. We're having trouble procuring more kindling, and we need protection from invaders. Lady Olga, what's the matter? Nothing. Please continue. Olga seems very busy. I want to talk to her, but I shouldn't. Olga needs to think things through. It's the same, like, who the heck? Offer a prayer to the set. Okay. What? Oh! I'm an idiot. I completely forgot. That... yeah, that kind of came out of nowhere. Whoops. Probably should have actually remembered that mechanic. It's only been a week. I found the tree sapling that takes you back to Adol's time. It's back at the temple. Basically, I made a mistake. Just made a small little mistake. Anyway, says I should go look for a flower. I'm going to look for a flower. Which should be over here, apparently. Which makes sense because Odo always hung around there.
Change.
I also forgot I can actually move faster with this form. Can I actually... Nope, still can't go into the this crypt. Yep, this entire country is destroyed. And there's even borders.
Streets are empty. I certainly hope that everyone in the city is still safe.
Door's broken. Actually, no. Wait, what's it say? No one seems to be home. I shouldn't just walk in without permission. Whoever lives here could return at any time. Let's see. Aha! Oh, to think I'd find one here. A frosted flower. This is a Tyrrhenian blossom. We're lovingly seeded throughout the kingdom. Even though it's frozen solid, it still holds meaning as a symbol of gratitude. Yes, I think this will do nicely. I'll bring this to Odo. I want to see what else I can actually explore on this side of the kingdom. Because I'm curious how many more things are around here. I don't remember any other buildings, but you never know who you're actually going to run into. Nope. Okay. They are damnfully keeping me within the capital. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's anywhere else I can go. Alright, let's go give the flower to Odo. Can I actually read this? No. Wait, can I... No. I was just curious if there were costumes. I never actually checked that for all this time I've been playing this. Also, I can actually see something. Essence equipment. No essence equipment. A frozen Tyrrhenian blossom. The only one amid all the debris.
Here goes.
Is that a flower, Lady Donna? Yes, it's the only one I could find. We lost Lady Ugonata on a day very much like today. As I recall, she passed away shortly before you left, Lady Donna. He kept encouraging you to press on until the very end. In his own way, Odo also believed in you too. He was a man of few words, but I know he supported me. Thank you, Odo. I hope now you can rest in peace. A small funeral service was held for Essence Master Odo and others who had recently passed. Donna prayed silently for each person as the bodies were laid to rest. Prosperous Kingdom. What's that? Oh, I guess we cleared all the Eternian quests then. Thank you so much. We feel a sense of relief now. Please continue to support us. Renio, Mazia, Sepia, and Odo, Pray that they receive eternal repose. Thank you so much for your help, Lady Donna. Alright, I think you should head back soon. There it can get very cold. Oh, they buried everyone. Is there anywhere else I need to do? Well, like, I guess I did all the Eternian quests. The only thing left to do is to talk to Io. So let's go do that.
Change!
Actually, you know what? Hang on a second. Wait a minute. I guess the great tree sprouted really quickly when those asteroids fell that held the kingdom together.
I have to hurry.
Then again, I don't know how many years it takes for one of these trees to actually sprout and be gigantic. I also want to say the rhoda trees are so insignificantly small in comparison. Alright, let's talk to Io and see what we have to do next.
Hi, lady.
Io, I'm glad that you're okay. Me too. Io, I'm not the maiden of the great tree anymore. You're not? I'm not so sure. Well, what do you mean? I mean, it's not easy for a person to stop doing what they do. I think you're similar to someone I know. I wonder who she's talking about. By the way, what are you doing in a place like this? You need to evacuate to the palace. It won't be safe here. I'm fine. Anyway, my maiden, I came here to fulfill my promise. Promise? Ah. Yes, I know it's sad, but it's time to say farewell. You're... Oh, sorry. There's much I need to explain. I'll tell you everything at the usual place. What? I'm sure we'll see each other soon, but it's bye for now. She's gone. As usual, she's a little hard to understand. The usual place must be... right into the crypt.
Now that I think about it, whenever I see her...
The flow of air seems different somehow. The entrance to the sanctuary crypt is open. You might have gone inside. Yeah, I don't think there's anywhere else I can go, actually. Yep, center of magma. Alright. One more dive. Oh. Oh. The spirits are gone. That's troubling. That's very troubling, actually. That is extremely troubling. Actually, wait a minute. Oh yeah, I still need to do this. Let's just get max power. I wish they gave you like a skill ability here. This would have been so much more helpful. I guess all the spirits are gone too. You might want to mute the stream. This will take a while. How many does that do? Still 278 to do. That is disgusting. That is extremely disgusting. That is absolutely disgusting. Wait, do I have to go up? No, I do have to go up. Might as well level these up.
Here goes. Change right there.
It's weird the amount of SP you get on your blue form is so much higher. Also, apparently I have no range to pick up items. I still, like, at the end of the day, this is like a whole different game mode. No, Amy. You know what, actually, let's just save ourselves the time. What am I saying? Let's not waste time. Chamber of Magma. Let's not waste our time. As great as it would be, I feel like there's gonna be a whole nother floor I'm gonna have to deal with. If I have to deal with a whole nother floor, that means it's gonna be a challenge. Donna, it has been a long time. Genya, I haven't seen you in ages. What are you doing here? Genya is not the only one here. Well, I'm just passing through. We are in your debt. Spirits. I see. This is goodbye. Thou hast noticed. The great tree has begun the cycle of selection and rejection. Even we spirits are not exempt. Yes, for we were born of this earth. Thus we must return to it, such is our fate. That must be the reason we've been gathered here. We, the only spirits that remain on Earth. I'm sorry. And you all lent me your power, too. Sorry I wasn't able to save you. I know how hard this must be for you. But please don't be sad. Yes, we are just disturbances in the Earth made manifest. Or simply returning to our original forms. Oh. Goodbye, Donna. I'm not sure what you're trying to do, but give it your all. Should we fade away, the protection we've granted thee will fade as well. Thou must make haste. Huh? But isn't this the final floor of the crypt? No, unexplored depths still remain. You must be careful, for being of great evil awaits you. Evil? Ah, yes, you encountered that being before. It did not go so well for you as I recall. Well, I know them very well, so... This did not go as smoothly as I had hoped. These spirits are markedly terrible at cooperating with one another. But this is our last chance. I want to reveal everything. I feel the same way, but I think we're confusing poor Donna. You're all so energetic. Almost feels like you're trying to cheer me up. Actually, our lively demeanor is all thanks to you. Huh? Haven't you realized it by now, Donna? We've come this far because you appealed to us. Not only did your actions help your fellow Eternians, but they helped us as well. Yes, thanks to you, we can face our fate with a sense of peace. I am very thankful for you. Please do not forget about us. Yes, I won't forget any of you. Not ever. This is why you're... What's happening? Oh, as I recall, those weapons are made from pure orichalcum. Yes, this reaction bodes well. What do you mean? Spirits have a natural affinity towards orichalcum, for it originates in crystalline veins that run deep beneath the earth. Our sublimation has begun. We should be returning to the earth, yet we find ourselves drawn to your weapons. This is what we desire. We would be honored to help you in whatever small way we can. Though our end is nigh, I'm glad we could give you this wonderful gift. Yes, indeed. I hope our power is able to help you, Donna. Please use it wisely. Yes, I promise I will cherish this keepsake you've given me, always. The end is here. Though bittersweet, let us bid our farewells. We're glad we got to spend our final moments with you, Donna. Thank you so very, very much. Wait a minute. No, thank you, spirits. Let your final wish be in vain. I will do everything in my power. Donna's Eldersphere now contains the power of the spirits. Spirit Ring Celestia attained. Oh. Okay. Those are definitely upgraded. The armor, however, is not. But I'm curious about something real quick. I want to look at something. On the whole, Did I miss a spirit? Did I miss a spirit, or did I help all the spirits? Okay, no, we did rescue every spirit. Okay. Just need to check my Steam list. My achievement list there. Alright, last floor. This engraving. Perhaps this was what Wagmer was talking about. There we go. Now we can go in. Last floor. Sanctuary Crypt. Chamber of the Final Trial. Knowing more about this the kingdom's history may not solve anything. But I must see this through to the very end. Huh? Huh? Amy? What are you doing here? Donna, as you may know, my very existence has begun to return to the veins of the earth. But I still want to help you. In the same way others granted you their protection, I'm going to will myself to remain here. So that's why. I can remain here just a little longer. But please let me know if you need anything. And when I can help you until the very end makes me happy. Amy, thank you. I'll do everything I can to make sure those who lent me their power are not disappointed. Yes! What is it, Amy? Oh, nothing, never mind. I have some nice possessions today. I hope you'll buy a lot of them. Oh, thank you. That's right, I should at least prepare myself. Does she have any new arm? Okay, good. She doesn't have any new weapons. Apparently, you wouldn't get that weapon if you didn't get all the spears beforehand. Interesting. Oh. How many of these can I buy? Like, buy 15 of them. I should really actually stock up on these. I don't know how... Actually, these are probably... Well, actually, it wouldn't be bad to get at least a couple of these. Well, at least I don't have to worry about anything else, so let's rock and roll. Oh. Or they could just kill me in a second. And I could get level up. I also love the guitar. Like, they went with an acoustic guitar. That's kind of surprising. Ah, crap. Oh, that's a lot of them. If I could actually hit anything. I need to find the right target here. Okay, kind of ridiculous. Well, at least I got a really powerful weapon. How big is this chamber anyway? I guess I'm not gonna find out, actually. Oh. What the? You know, I just realized. Oh no, I have seen actually everyone's ability, ultimate. I just wanted to see whatever, all their abilities. Or chests, huh? Burn medicine. Oh, well, they're definitely preparing me. Big remedy. Essence fragment. Full medicine. Oh, they gotta give you something, I guess. Not. I guess this is actually probably where I am. Yep. Nope. There we go. Alright. Last area then. Let's see what the heck I have to fight.
That's a monolith. Why is this one so large, though?
You finally made it. Donna Eclusia. No, Maiden of the Great Tree. Just kidding! Hiya, lady! Nice to see you again.
Yo.
I'm surprised you came here, considering all that's happened. You're really trying your best to lead everyone to the very end.
It's clear to me now that you're no ordinary Eternian. Are you a warden?
Who can say?
No, very easily you could show me your mark.
Sorry, but you're no exception, Donna. I need to make sure you're worthy too. Even I can't stop the ritual that's underway in the sanctuary.
Ritual?
Here goes.
Oh, they're breaking out the violins.
This is gonna be great. None of the previous maidens ever gathered this many spirits.
Huh?
Yes, you are worthy of facing me, Io, as your final opponent. Don't think this is gonna be as easy as your other fights. Now let's go. Come at me with everything you've got.
I'm gonna need the luck then. What is she transforming? And she's become a dragon. Well, it's always dragons. Innocence Unleashed, Io, purest of maidens. What, was she the first maiden?
She's a Saurian now? Is this a fabled Eternian transformation technique? Io, I don't know who or what you are, but I see you're a trial that I must overcome. So be it. I will fight you with everything I've got, until only one of us remains standing.
My, that's a magnificent look in your eye. Come on, entertain me, wandering maiden.
I won't let you stop me.
Oh, that actually hurt. Whoa, she bites. Oh, she really does bite.
Now I can keep going.
Gotta be careful of that attack. I shall beat her with only one move.
Here, wait. You have the power of the spirits too?
I should warn you. I really can't hold back in this form.
She's using Gratica. One hit and I'm done for.
Unless I change the Gratica. Oh. Oh, never mind. She actually can do a lot of damage with that. Oh, I'm dead. I am really messing that up. Am I even doing... Oh, okay, I'm doing damage to her.
All right, Donna. Let's move on to the next bit of fun.
She's fast. She's using Luminous.
Come on, Donna. Try to keep up with me.
Oh. So far, it's actually very doable. Uh-oh. That ain't good. Oh, that's not good. I would really like to be able to get a flashback. Thank you. Alright.
Show you something special.
Please don't show me something
Now
special.
keep going. Impressive, Donna. I guess I better take this more seriously.
I'm in complete control of your soaring form. Io, did you breathe? No, it doesn't matter who you are. I won't lose.
I should use Dragon Form first. I did not do as much as I thought it would. Oh, but she's back to biting.
Here goes.
Go.
You're pretty good. I'm having a lot of fun.
What the? Come on.
Holding on somehow.
Wait.
Now I need to find a way to win.
You're giving
Okay. This is... There she is. Oh no. Please don't die by me. Please die by me. Hey, Alec, or Axel. You know, honestly, this has been a very fun fight, actually. Assuming I can actually get my flashcards back, which I apparently can't. There we go. Although Inferno, I can only imagine how difficult she actually would be. Ooh. Getting the timing, though, is actually difficult. I could really use some visibility right now. There we go. Also, I just realized she changed forms again. Uh-oh. Oh, crap. She changed it back to light. She's very fun if you use simple. You know, that's actually funny. That would be really funny, actually. Yeah, I just want a free level and full heal. Oh, okay. They're really... That... Okay. This is... I could definitely see... Oh god, the orb's actually... There we go. Elemental shot. I just wanted to see if I could actually pull that off. Ooh. And stun. Yes. Oh. Come on. Oh, this is gonna be bad. Glad I bought those burns.
Now I can keep going.
There we go. You can fall in the lava in this stage? This is actually a very fun... That was a fun fight.
I think I won. But where's Io?
Who is Io?
Well, this sucks. You were strong enough to defeat my Saurian form. You have surely overcome many hardships to stand here as the final maiden. Alright, don't be modest now. Walk forward and examine the final monolith.
Io.
The boss before... Oh. I actually had a very easy time with that fight. But that's because, like, he had a shield, and I just completely destroyed him, honestly. I never fell in the lava, though. Well, Monologist was right, though, that Io was one of the final bosses. I'm assuming this is Donna's last memory.
The final monolith. It activated. The last record was about the saint who saved people from the cataclysms of the Great Tree.
The king was bewildered. He believed the Great Tree brought blessings when it was actually disaster incarnate. Io is Donna's last boss. Okay, cool. Thank you very much for confirming that. Having discovered the truth, the king found himself trapped in a downward spiral of terror. But Saint Uranus stood before the king. The Great Tree may be disaster incarnate, but it also gave life to Eternia. What does this make the Great Tree if not the world itself? For the future of our people, we must accept this truth. The Great Tree can never be uprooted. The Light King accepted the wisdom of the saint and placed the Great Tree under his protection. The Wall of Truth and the Garden, which depict the threat posed by the Great Tree, were sealed deep underground. As time passed, the Light King grew old, and Uranus, the Saint of Salvation, died as he lived, in total tranquility. Rain fell upon the capital for over a month as the sky itself was in mourning. But when a woman, disciple of the saint, offered a prayer, the rain ceased, and sunlight shined down upon the capital. She erected a temple south of the capital, where she would calm the Great Tree, and reports of her exploits soon found their way to the king. The king approved of this, and the Eternians received the blessings of the heavens as they entered a new era of prosperity. The woman remained in Eternia and became the first maiden to devote herself to the Great Tree. In time, the Great Tree became a symbol of prosperity for the kingdom. The king decreed that the temple stood on equal footing as the palace, and thus was the kingdom of Eternia founded. So
this is the final chapter of the lost history of Eternia's founding. I never knew the real history behind the temple. People would be shaken to their cores if they found out about this. But then, who built this sanctuary, and why? There's more. As the people enjoy their prosperity, the threat depicted on the Wall of Truth will one day be lost to time forever. But the threat will come one day. The like a bubble that must eventually burst. You maidens who have come to the sanctuary, you maidens who are my successors, you will know this truth and bear it on your soul forever. That is the true duty of all maidens, the reason for their very existence, until such a day that the final maiden arrives.
Yeah, so Io was the first and Donna's the last.
This message is for all the maidens of the Great Tree, and...
Well, don't you look surprised.
Io, are you actually...
Looks like you figured it out. Yes, I am Io, the first maiden of the Great Tree. You did a wonderful job overcoming my trials, Donna.
I knew it. But why do you look like that?
This form is just a manifestation of my soul. My power is weakened over many years, which is why I look like a child now. But finally, I'm able to fulfill my duty.
Io, I mean Lady Io. What is your duty?
Lady Io, huh? I don't like formalities any more than you do, Donna. I'd prefer you keep calling me Io like you've been doing.
Huh? Okay.
This sanctuary is where I've revealed the true history to the maidens. But when I say history, I don't just mean the past. I also mean the present and the future.
The present and the future?
Yes, for you see, this sanctuary exists to reveal the truth to every maiden of the Great Tree.
Does this mean all the past maidens knew the truth about the Great Tree?
I wouldn't lie to you. You've seen it with your own eyes, haven't you? I've been revealing the truth in this way so the wardens wouldn't notice.
Huh. Well, that's clever.
I don't believe it.
Not every maiden could handle the truth either. Some of them cussed me out or accused me of being a heretic. Others just went mad from the revelation. Even so, I wanted the maidens to know the truth. But you were able to figure it out before I even told you.
Why have you been doing this?
The Great Tree of Origins will destroy Eternia.
It kind of already has.
Tomorrow is never guaranteed. Someday, you won't be able to do the things you currently take for granted. The world is a cruel place. At times, it even feels like a fleeting dream.
Reaching to the choir there, Io.
Perhaps the same could be said of people's lives. No matter who you are, everyone meets death in the end. Whether you're a highborn noble or a lowborn bandit, everyone must return to the void of nothingness. Consider every action a person performs in their lifetime, every decision that they make. Do you think they're meaningless? You'll have to face that day too, Donna. What will you think when it finally comes? Will you think your life was meaningless? I shouldn't have become a maiden. It wasn't worth all the suffering. I should have worn my mother's ring and kept my vision sealed away. Was I only helping people just to feel like I mattered?
Oh, she's been looking after Donna for a while then.
Or maybe you'll think to yourself, I wish I had never been born. Will you regret your life to that extent?
No. I would never think that. All my experiences are the reason I was able to connect with so many people. If even one of those events were different, I wouldn't be the person I am today. I think that's true of Eternia as well. Decisions made by you, the royals, and our ancestors, that is our inheritance. That's why we're alive right now. Even if Eternia disappears, or if I disappear, whoever succeeds us will inherit our legacy. So, even if Eternia is on the verge of extinction, I don't think my actions were meaningless.
Wow. I didn't think you'd actually have a response for me. Yes, you exist as you do now because of me. And your existence is proof that I once existed. I hoped your brand of determination would be the thread that tied all the maidens together throughout the ages.
Yo, so that's the reason you've been telling the maidens the truth about the Great Tree.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I was worried about how you'd handle the burden of being the final maiden, but I see I was worrying over nothing.
Yeah, it helps when you become immortal.
Thank you for worrying about me, though. Still, Io, even if this world seems like a fleeting dream, no matter what happens, as long as the world goes on, so do our wills. So I won't give up until I'm ready.
Wow, I'm impressed. You know far more than I expected you to. I guess you have your own answers.
Wait, how did she know about the wardens, though?
Yes.
Looks like there's nothing left for me to tell you. I'll leave the rest to the younger generation. I'm getting too old for this stuff anyway.
Io, I certainly didn't expect to have this conversation with you. But thanks to you, I feel like I can see this through.
Thank you too. Perhaps it's irresponsible of me to say this, but... Go get him, Donna!
I will.
The next morning. Oh, got an achievement. Inherited will.
Lady Donna! Everyone accompanying us is ready. Once you're ready, we can depart.
Thank you, Rastal. Could you give me a moment? We'll leave as soon as I'm done.
Yes, my lady.
Donna, must you leave so soon?
Yes. The next cold front will be here soon. It's just the calm before the storm.
I see. I'm sorry I cannot come with you.
It's okay.
I want everyone to choose the decision that suits them best. That includes the people who have chosen to remain in the capital. Their choice is not a practical one, but I now understand why they have made it.
Olga.
Also, some people still blame you for what happened. It is best for us if I stay behind to lead them through what is to come.
She's staying?
Everyone must walk a path of their own choosing, so they can face their final moments with pride.
I would expect nothing less from you, Olga.
What do you mean?
It's nothing. Very well then. This is not goodbye, is it?
Hug her, damn it. Don't shake her hand.
It most certainly is not.
Aww. Well, that explains why Olga's necklace was in the palace. One year later.
It's so quiet. I'm back, everyone. It's been a year. I knew this day would come. Still, I'm really nervous. It's finally happening. I finally get to meet Adol.
Heavy. Truth and duty passed down to every maiden. It must have been a heavy responsibility. Must have surpassed all that to come to this era. You're just so full of surprises, aren't you? I don't know about that. I think Ia would have been surprised. Not just her. I bet Olga and Lil Rastil would have been surprised too. They probably would have said, "You're just full of surprises, Donna." I'm sure they would have been proud of you, Donna. I don't know. Let's finish this, or let's put a stop to this. What are you gonna tell her? Alright, let's finish this. After seeing that, I don't know how anyone would have wanted to stop. Yes, I won't let the future be taken from us. Agreed. Even a transporter has the right to deny an unreasonable request. Made it this far because of Donna's hard work. Now it's our turn to work hard. You guys still haven't done enough. Let's work hard together, Rakota. Indeed. My voice is going. At all, let's return to Octus. Rastil, Atla, Cecile, Olga, Io. The world we wanted to protect is gone now. But this world has definitely inherited our hope. I hope someday I can tell you all about it. Amy? Wow, that's just big. We finally got a hold of the sword that could stop the Lacrimosa. Since everyone's exhausted from battling against the Primordials. Can't turn back anymore. Let's end this here. Lives depend on this. The time has come. Yes, Adol, please hold out your hand. That sword comprises the will of all species' desire to live. I offer my will to live over to you too. I want to live with everyone and walk towards tomorrow. I won't let anyone tell me that feeling is not the right one. Please crush the Lacrimosa with everyone's will. What a mysterious sword! You have that sword, will the end not be the real end? That's the sword Donna and everyone else worked hard for. Hope we can put the smiles back on our faces now. Well, this has been a long battle, but we can be fine if we can warp. Huh. Every species is just fighting to survive. Honestly, I don't really get what that's all supposed to mean. But the long and short of it is nothing really changes unless everyone really wants the same thing, yeah? If that's the point, then I guess I get it. Like, we all wanted to escape this island alive. So much just happened, but we accomplished a lot that would have thought it was impossible. Alright, let's go, Adol. Let's see if our will to survive can't turn the world on its ear. Adol, we're finally here. Every species of the past have faced the Lacrimosa. While they lost, they were able to make the tree's psyches grow. They were able to intertwine their hopes together. Now they are in your hands. One more step. We only need one more step. Adol, cool. That sword, cool. You look different. A true adventurer. I've heard snippets from Rakota. A lot must have happened. Even so, Adol, looks like you've already made your decision. There's nothing left for me to say. Rakota and I, and everyone else in this village believes in you. Don't hesitate to push forward. The ship is just about complete. And have her ready to set sail by the time you get back. I've made my decision. Come what may, I'll see her finished. That's why I'm here, to fulfill the duty as crew of the Lombardia. All of you need to make it back safely. Yeah, it'll be a while, because there's so many people to actually talk to. I know that expression. I'm guessing you found some new hope. I feel a little nostalgic, buddy. We overcame a lot through the situations together in the past. That's why I can say with confidence that this is our toughest situation yet. But I believe you can do it. Come back safe, partner. Also, let me somewhat rest my throat. Oh, man. That sword, I don't know how to describe it, but it feels like it's from another world. It's like it's hiding tremendous power inside of it. It suits you. Anyway, I don't stand a chance against you anymore. You've grown by leaps and bounds. And on the other note, the Isle of Seiren will definitely not be the dirt on which we die. Let's make sure of it. Damn right, Sylvia. Yeah, damn right. I prepared a food basket for you. Please take it. Oh, nice. Don't worry about the food. It's being handled. Looks like we can only reach certain locations, but if nothing else, we can warp around. You better brace yourselves for what's to come. At all. Looks like your battle is coming to its climax, too. You'll be fine. We're here to help. We surmounted many obstacles before this. Let's believe in our victory and face tomorrow. It'll be an even better day.
Hello.
I should probably make a bunch of Brimflower potions. Damn primordials. Got us in some kind of war of attrition. Looks like some people actually have something new to say and some others don't.
Take your time.
Yeah, they definitely made it so some characters talk and some don't. And how do I make sparkling leaves? Can I actually get more sparkling leaves? How many? Beautiful flowers. We can definitely make a lot more of these. Unfortunately, the exchange rate is 10, which is terrible. And warm lumber. Oh, there it is.
Thank you.
Really? It takes that much?
This one is special.
It takes that much.
Hey, welcome.
Anything that gives me warm lumber. Oh, I've got a lot of... Oh, I guess I could trade down. That actually makes more sense.
Thank you.
That actually makes a lot more sense, oddly enough. But how do I get... I guess I need sparkling leaves? How do I get sparkling leaves, then? Blue feather. Warm lumber. That's sturdy lumber. Great tree lumber. Can I not trade down ancient lumber? I literally can't trade down... Oh, wait, no, there we go. Wait, there we go. We're fine. Essence stone, flower, sparkling leaves. There we go. That actually does that.
Thank you. Here you go.
Ancient lumber becomes warm lumber.
See you later. Hey, welcome.
That should hopefully actually give me enough. Or I already had enough.
See you later.
Finally, the trading down actually has a purpose. It actually fulfilled a purpose.
Keep going. I can keep going. I can keep going. I can keep going. I can keep going.
I can still go. That feels good. That feels good.
All right, let's push through.
Oh, a second wind.
No, I can keep going.
All right.
What do you need? Please take them. Please take
There we go. 18 bottles. So, how I've got to be missing something here. People's entries, materials logged, fish logged. Whoops, nope, that's collection. Total Explorer, treasures found. 98.8%. You're kidding me. That is a lot. Looks like there's still something else to explore, though. The heck am I missing? Like, I'm actually surprised I haven't gotten the item achievement yet. Actually, what am I missing now? What achievements am I missing? I've almost got the perfect map. I still haven't gotten People Person. I still haven't gotten Item Collector. Still haven't gotten perfect map. I still haven't found all the treasures. Still haven't gotten all the beast entries. There is so much of this game that actually kind of confuses me here. That's the Mistalina. I hate to admit it, but enhancing that blade is beyond my blacksmithing skill. You wield that sword in whatever way you think is best. If you do, I'm sure you'll always carve out a win, no matter what. No one that wants a heart-to-heart talk? Not a single character? Just a heads up, the rest of the chests are in the last location. Oh, good. One thing I can definitely say I'm glad of is this game didn't have, like, beat the game on Inferno difficulty. Did you hear at all? I guess the Primordials are still coming. Okay, so she's still saying the same thing. He's still saying the same thing about Raja. Oh, God almighty, I forgot to give Raja the pumpkin seeds. Oh, you brought me new vegetable seeds. Huh, I figured you'd bring more, so I prepared a spot to plant them. I completely forgot to bring him that. No wonder why I haven't been able to grow pumpkins. I completely forgot to give it to him. Stupid primordials. Just you. Okay. I can't. Oh, right. We got the pumpkin seeds in the last dungeon. Okay. They don't want to say anything to me. Nope. Okay. There's actually achievement for that Inferno difficulty, but I think you need max level characters and a good build for it. Or you could just exploit the damage glitch and use Crimson Fang, and you'll use the Sky Crown and you'll never die. That's another way. That damage glitch is stupidly powerful.
Good boy. Please, take your time.
Oh, okay, no more new stuff. I have the utmost faith in all of you. Our future is in your hands. Sense a great power within the sword you carry. Ah, so it's the power of the psyches? I suspect only one such as you could wield such a thing. Please exercise caution until the very end. All I can do is provide encouragement, but I believe you will attain victory. There is an achievement for Inferno? Oh my... well, I was going to play through this game again, so it makes sense. I was going to play through this game on my own time. Alright, well... I don't think there's anything else or anywhere else I can actually go or do. 99 point... Actually, wait, hang on a second. Did I ever show you the map?
Yeah, let me see.
Oh.
You didn't do much.
Thank you for letting me know. Alright.
3 square meals a day.
Pirate's platter. Yeah, I was out of pumpkins. That's why I never actually used that anymore.
Eat up.
How much vegetable juice can I get? A couple more. There we go. Strange, I haven't seen any achievement for Inferno. I would assume... I'm actually surprised there isn't a Inferno achievement now that I think about it. Well, there's nothing else I think we can do. Donna, Adol. It seems you received the power of the Psyches without issue. Sarai. So how do we stop the Lacrimosa?
Yes.
You must continue on ahead to the selection sphere. With that sword, Adol should be able to cut open an entrance. The selection sphere? I wonder what's inside. The foundational power that fosters the evolution of all living beings on this planet. The providence of evolution itself. Providence of evolution? So if we interfere with the providence of evolution, the Lacrimosa will stop. Yes, but the providence of evolution is the natural law of the world itself. I do not know what will happen if you interfere with it. Does that mean the world will get destroyed? Well, there's no time to think about it. Dogi and the others can't defend the village much longer. We can do this, guys. We've been honing our castaway spirit since we washed up on this island. Let's show them how far we've come. When it comes to survival, no one's more stubborn than us humans. It's human nature to never give up, or let's press on, even if we're wrong. That's the most interesting thing to actually expect Adol to say. Let's press on, even if we're wrong. Which actually makes me think, like, of the bigger Ys universe with this game. Defeating the final boss in the post-game section. There's a post-game section? Let's press on, even if we're wrong. Yes, that's better than not making a decision at all. At all. Everyone. You've decided then. Thank you for everything, Sarai. Your thanks is not necessary. Now hurry on ahead. I can't help you where you're going, but I'll be praying for your success. So wait, after we beat the game, we're not... I'm a bit confused, actually. Does this mean there's actually... Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Does that mean... Time out. Does that mean... that I can access the Sanctuary Crypt? That's like the only thing. Also, I probably should actually change our party here. I'm always tormented between the two, honestly, of going for like, oh, let's actually just have a balanced party. Can I actually talk to you? Description impossible for you to read. Okay. You need to beat the game to unlock Sanctuary Crypt. Okay. Alright. Please let me work. So that's the rub, huh? Well... This might be completely... Oh, wrong thing. This might be... Wait. Is that... Oh, so she does actually have her weapons. I was actually about to ask. Wait a minute. Does that mean she has her weapons? And that dungeon is annoying. I was personally hoping I'd beat this game before then. There you go. This is the party. This feels like the best party. Not for any, like, lore reasons, but it's like, Well, actually, I'm literally doing this for a lore reason. That one is probably what you're thinking of getting max level for characters.
This structure is the selection sphere, where the providence of evolution dwells.
Adol's sword can cut open an entrance.
Yes. Go ahead, Adol.
Yeah.
So I guess that means... Oh, I guess that's why I'm not gonna get the bestiary.
Wow, look at that.
Yay, Adol! I'm sure we'll win now that we have that sword.
The final battle lies ahead.
Yes. Into the breach, everyone.
At last. Adol, we should... Oh, another one.
Come on, Adol! Hurry!
What did you see? Or, alright, let's go. So she still had another vision, huh? I wonder if this song is a remix of the other dungeon. 1 or 2, what should we go with? I was hoping to be able to show everything this game had to offer, but I guess not. That's a shame.
What's wrong?
I'll tell you when this is all over.
I guess chances are when she loses her immortality, she'll probably die. That's my guess. That is going to be my guess. If you're doing everything like raids, hunts, and quests, you get the best possible ending. Never seen the bad ending. Oh. Oh, holy crap. That's a dragon.
Is that a primordial? It's even bigger than the Okeanos!
That is the providence of evolution.
We've come this far. Might as well finish the job.
Let's go, Adol. Everything will be all right.
I don't suppose we could talk to you instead. The selection sphere. Okay. Oh, I should actually equip this just to make sure. A Morks? Oh, God.
This is rare.
Just because we're not at the final battle yet. Also, thank you for letting me know. I only time them out because bots just never... They just never appear in force. Oh.
I'm sorry, but you won't stop us.
Get out of the way!
A hand morph. Okay, well, we've already fought those things. Hi there, how's it going? At 150 or higher is best for best ending. Looked up. I heard there was a difference between the Vita version, the PS4 version. There was a person called Murgerger that came through here. Strength elixir. Let's see. 3 treasures, really? Ah. This is a weird perspective. This is a very weird perspective to take. You have the PS4, so most likely difference in good ending requirement? Probably. Because didn't this game, like, this game came out in the Vita first? Which is honestly kind of weird. Oh. I guess I still give Underworld bones. I honestly, it's actually strange now I think about, like, trading down is more useful than trading up. I would like to live, please. funny to think this game came out on the Vita first. And I'm curious why they made a Vita version. I mean, then again, that shows how old it took me this long to actually play through the Ys games. Oh, we got Treasure Hunter. What the? That's all the treasure chests in the game, at least. I don't see how I could miss this. How much more of this map left? This is 84%. 99.854. If this doesn't result in the rest of it. Like, Sky Crown...
We've come this far, so we just have to do it.
Let's keep this up. Yes, we'll definitely stop the Lacrimosa. Forward, march!
Oh, that makes things a whole lot easier. Thank you. Sanctuary Crypt doesn't count for dungeon percentage. Interesting. Perfect map.
Looks like we can rest.
There we go. We got that perfect map achievement. Hang on a second. $100%, 100%, 100%. That is what I love to see. Hey,
right,
here's the map.
Show me. You did well.
Huh? Seriously? You've done the whole damn thing. Well, here's your reward. An Ares... Oh, the Ares seal. Oh, well. We know plenty... We know plenty about the island now. And we still got plenty more to be... There's still plenty more to be done. For right now, I'm going to put that completed map to good use. I'm sure Captain Barbarous is happy, wherever he is. You shouldn't let your guard down till the very end. There we go. Done and done. Which means... If that is... Thank you. That is the final piece of adventuring gear. A charm that awakens one's fighting spirit. Extra gauge fills slowly. That is very overpowering. That's very powerful. I'll be more than happy to use that. Without hesitation. Alright. Actually, wait a minute. Exploration 100%, 100%, 100%. Reputation down virtue is 100%. So that's all done. Battles, haven't got an S rank on everything, but I'm not going to worry about that. People's entries logs aren't completed. Don't know why Beast entries logged. I'm going to assume there's still more. So, whatever this game is hiding from me, it's hiding from me. It's hiding an armlet. I'm missing an armlet. What the heck am I missing? No, it's actually, this is better. What the heck am I missing? What the heck? How am I missing an armlet if I've gotten everything and crafted everything? That doesn't make sense. $35 out of 36. How am I missing? How am I missing one? I am actually curious. How the heck am I missing an armlet? Because equipment doesn't go through, and I've explored everything. We've opened every chest. Oh, that is rude. That is rude. Hang on a second. Evolution marches on? It's not one of the endless raids then. Oh, whoop, wrong thing. Level 60. You have to get an... You know what? I'm too stubborn. I'm stubborn. I am stubborn. I am okay with doing this. Smashy smashy time.
All right, let's begin.
Yeah, let's go.
Time to smash.
All right, be prepared.
Did I? Well, the important thing is I actually performed the move. What the? Another one? Being the boss says level 95 seems overkill. Dude, this is ease, man. You kill anyone and everyone, no matter what level you are. It's awesome. I mean, if you really want me to do overkill... Actually, Axel, do you actually know about the damage glitch in this game? I'm actually curious. Like, level 90, like, you've earned those levels, man. You should never be afraid to flex, especially if the game lets you flex it. Especially playing on Inferno, it's still rough.
Everyone, charge!
I'm coming.
You're pretty good.
Always be proud of what you do. You never knew, you just made a glass cannon. Oh, let's see if I can actually show you it. Oh, finally, the auto guard actually happened. Ah, darn it.
Battle's only just begun! Everyone, charge!
Oh, please don't roar. Oh, crap baskets. Yeah, those guys have too little HP, but these guys, well, they're a different exception. Like that. Yeah, if there's a particle effect glitch in this game, if you do too many tornadoes, or other abilities also count, apparently, it's pretty much like an infinite hit.
I'm blushing.
It's kind of OP.
Good. Everyone, just a little longer.
Final wave, okay.
Here's a little gift for the beast.
Warning.
I'm coming.
Like you could... Actually, I just realized actually instantly killing them is actually a bad idea. Or we could have already killed him. We already killed him. I think I might have accidentally prevented myself from getting the S rank. Whoops.
Thank you for the support.
Whoops. All you've been doing was god-boosting Hummel with strength potions, offense potions, and life potions. Well, at least it's good to have a favorite character.
Splendid.
I'll admit, I actually do like Hummel. He's actually a really good character. I think the only character I'm not a fan of is actually Sahad. In terms of playing, at least. Everyone else I actually like playing as. Laxia, Hummel, and Donna and such. S rank?
Nice work, everyone.
How is that an A rank?
Impressive.
This is perfect.
That's annoying. That's annoying. $150. In other words, I need to actually bleed it out.
Leave it to me.
It's 5,000 though. Seriously? 115k?
I won't let them pass.
Don't come near me, commoner.
Do you have an Ares? Yes, I do have it equipped.
I won't fall to a beast.
Ambush! Be careful!
Finish this.
Now let's go.
Let me help you.
How am I doing so much? Oh.
Doki Squad doing well. Doki Squad.
Oh, that explains why I'm doing so much damage. Oh, shoot. The flash guards and flash moves matter. Oh, I hate that.
Nice. That's great.
They're still coming.
There, everyone.
Oh, this is evil.
Keep it tight.
Doki Squad doing well. Doki Squad doing well.
Leave it to me. Please be strong.
Ambush.
Please sustain us.
That was helpful.
Oh, that's that. That's roar. There we go.
I'll join in.
Doki
You
Squad.
barely got in your first attempt. I'm impressed by you getting it by your first attempt.
All right, let's start this.
break it again.
Now, go ahead and eat up.
Surprise Is everyone okay? Please, take this.
They're wide open.
Alice, what's in this?
This game's like a ring. Hey, hold on a second. Don't let him break it again.
I could see Hummel actually absolutely destroying this too. One of the problems is you have to actually get kills with everyone you play as, and I can see Hummel doing that just because he has range. That's like the other reason. Like, getting the Ares Seal will help, though.
You're welcome.
Like, just simply by using the, using it. As long as they don't, like, annihilate the final boss immediately, I think I'll be fine.
Good to go. Hey,
So, as long as they don't do that...
Fix it.
Any other enemies? Okay, there are some more enemies. Damn it! I got hit.
I'm coming. Believe in your weapons.
I'm on my way.
Oh shoot, the boss died. This is... I really hate this. Actually, I really, really do hate this.
So many openings. I am on.
I don't think I did.
Damn, that's good.
I hope I do,
Get it, everyone.
but I have a feeling of doubt. Just because I didn't bleed it out long enough.
We did great out there.
Okay, never mind, I did.
Wow, that's great.
1,020. Okay, cool. Sweet. Awesome. I love how I did better the one before, and yet taking longer lets me have more. Okay. Sure, I'll take it.
What a splendid result.
Also, I didn't know raids actually gave you that. A Savage Wristband. Well, I got the Item Collector achievement. What does Savage Wristband do? 75... Oh my god. Oh, it's a plus and minus, though. That's actually really good, though. That's really good. Like, that and the Bravery Bracelet. But it takes so long to actually get a, an item that basically cures your abilities that... Like, Resist Darkness, yeah, that'll let you enjoy it, but Null Darkness is what you actually want, but that took forever to get. Alright, so out of my curiosity here, so... We only have People Person left, Beast Expert, and then 4 hidden achievements. I'm surprised. 4 hidden achievements are left. What the heck are they? Out of curiosity. I wish the Steam achievements would actually list by, like, what you don't have. So, I need People Person, Reaper of Hall. I have no idea what that's about. Beast Expert. And then Beyond the Nightmare, so I guess that's actually, okay, alright. Doesn't look like there's anything else I can do for endgame. Well, let's rock and roll. Reaper Hall is Sanctuary Crypt. Okay. Beyond the Nightmare is the true end. That's a little weird, honestly. The last... Well, actually, I guess it isn't. I would honestly expect you to be able to do the Sanctuary Crypt before you do this. That's a little odd. But, alright. Is everyone equipped? Got the rough gloves, that's fine. She's got the prominent cloak. Someone else had the prominent cloak. Hang on a second. This game might do something I'm actually worried about, is doing the whole, do the E7 final boss. That was a final boss, alright. You can have the hero cloak. So E7's final boss, actually did a 3-section fight. So you actually, in E7, you actually needed to level up every single character you had. Every single character. And the final boss was kind of like, Final Fantasy VI's Kefka boss. Basically, you would beat a phase, and then you would ascend to the next phase, and then ascend to the next phase. So I can definitely see that, actually. Like, if they actually do that, I'm okay with it. Is everyone actually all good? Yeah, he has 100. He's fine. He also has 4,700. He's got the Wanderer cloak. She's got a hero cloak. And she just got that. Yeah, everyone's got... I'm more than satisfied with their stats. Alright, let's rock and roll. Also, you're really big. You stand before a glowing warp circle. The final battle lies ahead. Make sure you're prepared before you continue on. Activate the warp circle and continue on to the final battle? Please do. If that's what it is, I'm actually glad. I am glad they actually do something like that. So, is this thing just called the Lacrimosa? Yeah, in E7, they split your party up. So, the Providence of Evolution. Theoste and Drogrim. Huh.
At last, we meet. Let's go, Adol.
Can we talk to him first? Come what may, we will charge ahead undaunted. Or don't give up, fight on until the very end.
Don't give up! Fight on until the very end! Yeah!
It's just one party? Aw, that's a shame. So...
This is it. No use being scared, right?
Oh, apparently. Probably should actually play Hummel, honestly. Oh. Hang on a second. I was about to lose that all there. Oh, I can actually just hit it with, well, that changes everything. I was actually wondering about that. Ah, these scenes just like are so slow. There we go. There we go. Oh. Why does it do that? Ouch. Alright. Oh, it had fire. There we go. Why is that? That's actually going to be more difficult than I thought. Actually, you know what? I could do this. It's even something that could be a short one. Finish this off. Oh, she's burning. Shoot. Oh. Oh, okay. What the? What? I didn't press anything. Oh, I'm gonna hate this, aren't I? Well, I could... Why would it... Okay.
Yes! We're closer to the head!
What the... Oh, shoot!
We're going to stop the Lacrimosa!
It's gonna... Yep. Alright. Oh my god, I would really... Thank you. What the... The heck?
I can still go!
I can't get a flash guard off. You also get... That's very generous, honestly, for that. Shoot. Yeah, I figured that would happen. Oh well, at least I don't have to worry too much about it. And I'll get your butt up. Okay. Kinda... There. Keep me alive. Oh my god. Okay. I would like to see, please. I'm actually glad I made those extra drops. You feel a word? I wouldn't be worried, honestly. Although the amount of darkness, I'm actually surprised they're using. Uh-oh, what's this? Nope, just gonna go with a ball of light, huh? Oh. Okay. There's a lot happening in this fight that, honestly, you can't really see in more ways than one. Like, Ease somewhat has a reverse difficulty curve. Just always remember that. Like, when you play an Ease game, it very much has, like, a reverse difficulty curve. Although playing this game on Inferno still bothers me. Like, you would need to farm a lot of fruit, but even then, you only get 9 of each.
must be the core.
Oh no. I do really bad at this. Okay, thank God. Ah, darn it. It is very hard to get the timing of this. There. Wow, flash move kind of isn't useful for this, is it?
Good to go. I'm gonna finish it.
Okay. What the? Okay. That happens. Oh, good. Okay. Yep, I had a feeling. This is really bad.
I can still go.
You're kidding me. Yeah, that was.
Now I can keep going.
Switch!
On guard.
This is what I was afraid of, is they do this bull crap. Thanks. That's what I was afraid of.
Right there.
Alright, I guess it's the only enemy that doesn't... Also, I just realized it's weak to strike.
My turn now.
Like... Oh, okay, good. It actually changes weakness back. What the heck?
An opening.
This thing's... Alright. You just want to give me infinite... I don't think they remember how their flash system works. Oh no, that's new. This is new. Nope. That's definitely new.
Keep going.
Something's coming. Be careful.
That would be an understatement. What? Why? No. Okay. All right. I guess it... Oh. Well, I should have used Lexi's attack. Oh. God damn it. There we go. What the?
Now I can keep going.
How?
I can still go.
How'd she get up with 1 health? Oh no. What's... Okay. Alright. Oh. I should have broke him. Yeah, they'll be fine. Oh, you. There we go.
Let's go, Adolf.
Let's go, Donna!
There we go. It's strange to say this is an end game. I think I was over-leveled for this, though. I think I was over-leveled for this. Oh. Oh my god, did I really kill the dinosaurs now and forever?
I can barely move a muscle.
Me too. I'm so bushed.
It's quiet. What's happening on the outside?
Yes. Did we actually stop it?
Huh? Ah!
What's going on?
An earthquake?
Oh.
Is everyone all right?
Sarai, what's happening?
The Lacrimosa has been thwarted, but the island is vanishing, and the world will soon vanish with it.
Wait, what?
Well, shit.
No!
Adol, was it a mistake for us to meddle with Providence?
This isn't over until it's over. Or we've done all we can. Really? I swear to God, if this actually, like... Here's my biggest worry about them doing visual novel stuff. They never highlight the choice, say, like, hey, this is what's going to end the game. Alright, you say number one. This isn't over until it's over.
I know, but... everything is turning white.
This isn't over yet, Adol.
So what was her vision?
I won't let everything we've done amount to a mistake.
Does she become the Lacrimosa? Lacrimosa of the distant sea. But there's nothing left. I thought chapter 6 was the final chapter. Oh, Lacrimosa of the distant sea. How much left do we have? Oh?
Are you awake at all? How long do you intend to sleep? Doki and the others have already begun to load the ship.
Loading the ship for what? Or what happened to the Lacrimosa? Is it an MK2 version of suicide? I swear that's what it looked like when she pointed her finger at her head and fell to the ground. Honestly, I went like, oh, Persona.
Lacra, what on earth are you talking about? At any rate, we're preparing to leave the island in a week's time. You should get up and start helping the others.
Is Donna here? Well, what happened to Sarai and the others? Oh, I should have actually started the stream earlier.
Sarai?
Hmm?
Who's that? None of the castaways go by that name. Adol, are you not feeling well? Perhaps you should continue to rest for today.
Okay, I'll get changed, or I guess I was dreaming. Hey, how's it going, Nagramar? How you doing? I guess we're on chapter 7.
No.
I see. Then I will excuse myself. Try not to push yourself too hard today.
You should check your arm, Adol. As Adol changed his clothes, he noticed that Mystiline, the Sword of Psyches, had reverted back to its original form. He also noticed that the symbol on his arm that had marked him as a Warden of Evolution had vanished. What on earth is going on? Adol was beside himself with curiosity as he hurriedly dressed himself. End of the Blue Waves. What the heck? I would like to note that we have almost saved this game over all of our save files twice. Welcome to the final chapter, the epilogue. This must be one heck of an epilogue then, because... Oh yeah, what the heck? Well, I can't check my equipment either. What gives? No one's here. No, Allison and their husband and his husband's gone. Or her husband. It was just as Laxia said, preparations to leave the island had already begun. The castaways could barely contain their excitement, and the village felt livelier than ever before. Maybe I should see how Sahad and the others are doing. Main. I can't warp anywhere. Oh, this is weird. Oh, now they're back.
Adol!
Oh, Adol. Hey, did you come check up on us?
There.
Oh my. Must really like you. Well, Adol is like a hero to our family. And on a related note, it'll be kind of hard to leave this place behind. Yes, this is where our child was born. There's amazing memories here. Yes, you're right. Who knows if it'll be like, it'll always be like this here, but if it can, I'd like to visit again someday. I'm sure we'll leave the village and the shop just as they are too. I'd love to bring him back here once he's gotten older. Ideally on an intact ship this time. Seriously. Once the baby's a bit older, oh? Is everyone just... what, everyone have amnesia or something?
Sir Adol.
Good morning, Mr. Adol. You look unwell. I thought my mistress went to rouse you, but... was I mistaken?
Wait!
Bronze! Shut that glib mouth and clean this mess up. Right away. The whole village is in a state of confusion. We cannot relax now. If you're not feeling well, maybe perhaps you should take a walk. This island did turn out to be a bit anticlimactic. Given that we're on a cursed and unapproachable island, one would think it might hold secrets like Silseta did. Okay, everyone's suffering from amnesia. We can confirm that now. Honestly, I thought Franz, like Laxia, would actually like Franz a lot in that way, or Franz would like Laxia, but alright. Just a purely loyal butler. No, we're on a... Okay. It's probably better this way. Weary of contending with disasters caused by powers beyond the ken of humans.
What is it?
What's wrong? Look as if you want to say something. Perhaps you're disappointed that no grand adventure lay in wait for you here. It's not always a bad thing to see an end without some grand climax. So, I don't need this anymore, but it feels like a waste to leave it behind. I wish to take take some along as keepsakes, but... Edo, what's wrong? Don't feel well, don't overwork yourself. I sense there are large beasts outside just outside the village. Oh, this is just weird. This is weird. Grecian legends speak of a metal known as orichalcum. Thought maybe we'd find some on the Isle of Seiren, but perhaps it was just a story after all. This sword isn't orichalcum, but orichalcum really does exist. Also, yes, we're going into overtime if you haven't noticed by now. Unless, like, Axel, I'm gonna ask for your experience here, knowledge. How much left do we have? Like, if you could ballpark it. Murger said it was only a couple of hours. I'm actually surprised we're already at our usual midnight deadline. That blade came from my furnace. I know full well it's not made of orichalcum.
Let's see.
Orichalcum is harder than diamond and completely rust-proof. If it does exist, I'd love a chance to work with it. If anyone has a chance of actually finding this stuff, it's you, Adol. I've already beaten the game, so you don't know. So you don't remember at all, then? The pumpkins! All crops have been harvested. Aww. Wait, where's Reja? Well, we did do a few things like redoing the raid. Yeah, but that was only like a second. Wait, the seashells. Wait. Oh, actually, I guess the seashells would still be there. Alright, after I finish my tea, I'll help load the ship. I might be 70 years old, but I can't let the youngsters do all the work. Okay, Master Kong's still there. Master's staring approvingly at the village. People seems to be even more quiet than usual. How much time left do we have in the game here? Like, can you ballpark it for me, or... is this actually the end and we just don't know? Like, is there another dungeon or what? I'm confused. Are you visiting the captain too? It's unfortunate that the captain has passed away. However, it is thanks to him that we can leave this island.
Yes.
We must all keep that man in our hearts. Yeah, this is confusing. Oh, I lost my adventurer's gear. Oh, well, that sucks. Ouch.
Yes.
Apparently, I attempted to lift all my things at once and managed to strain my back. But I could lift as much as Dogi. He's burdened with incredible strength. What lengths must a man go to be capable of bearing so much at once? No matter. In the matter of speed, I shall still prevail. Dogi can bear twice the burden, then I'll deliver mine twice as fast. Around an hour or two if you don't... I have been lied to. Well, I do enjoy talking to all the villagers, at least.
Adol.
I wonder why I feel this sad. Just a replacement for Dr. Kriegard after he got eaten. I learned a lot of important things here. But right now I'm feeling emotional. Alright, I found some rare materials to take along with me. I don't think I've left anything behind on the island. Primordial materials or Eternian treasure? An hour's fine, 2 hours... Actually, no, that's fine. I'm okay with that. Eternian treasure? Eternian what? I've never heard of that. That's some kind of legend? Well, I've kind of wanted something even more rare, but... leave that for my next stop.
Okay.
Minds made up. I don't want to even waste any more time thinking about it. Alright. Oro. It's almost time for farewells. I'm sad. Want to join us or stay healthy? There's a dungeon left, so don't skip cutscenes. I learned that the hard way by accident. I like this island. Not leaving. Bye-bye. Take care of yourselves. Aw.
Let's see.
Listen, Rakota, if you get sick while you're on the ship, tell me right away. I'll give you an herb that'll help with nausea.
No!
Oh, thank God she still says tally-ho. Okay, how do you get sick on a ship? Alright, this would be your first time. There's a lot of swaying. I read that in a book. When you're seasick, you can't walk straight. Oh, that's right. You already know. Sounds like a lot of fun. I can't wait to get seasick. Huh? It's a hot drinks and can't walk straight. He sings and dances and has a great time. Being seasick must be like drinking. I always want to know what it's like. Just gonna leave that alone.
Well,
Salted meats, dried fruits. I prepared lots of reserved goods for the trip. All that's left is to load the fresh fruits and veggies on the day we depart. This island is ripe with food, which helps me a lot. Being here was pretty challenging, but I actually had a lot of fun overall. Wait, where are the kids then? Oh, there they are.
What's up?
Hey, what's wrong? You look half asleep. Going to start learning today. Wash your face and wake up. Everyone's waiting for you. Huh? You didn't make a section for the Picards on the ship? You're kidding me. What are we going to do with them? Well, let's see. It wouldn't be right to leave them behind. How about with the rest of the food? What? How unfortunate. If we're able to load the cargo better, we might have made enough space, but... Better? You mean it? You don't just chuck that stuff in there. Make them all line up perfect. This is weird. Man, what a gullible kid. You're quite late. I was just thinking when my boat capsized from the high waves and you came to my rescue. It feels as though it was an age ago. High waves, or when was this again? I'm actually kind of creeped about this. It's like freaking Archer when he woke up from his coma. High waves? You don't mean to say you don't remember? Are you not the one who saved me after I washed ashore on this islet? I was surely not thinking with a clear head. But regardless, the day has finally arrived. Never you mind. Come, you should get to work stowing the cargo as well. Oh my god, Sir Carlin's actually being helpful. Oh man, why do I have to work? Look how cute I am. Doogie is such a meanie. Is there something wrong at all? It's weird seeing you looking down, so down, you know? I see the end result, given all the work put into it. You helped me a lot.
Huh?
Hey, don't you think this part looks a little off? Huh? You think so? I don't like it. I'm going to get some tools. I think Euron likes carpentry after all.
Adol.
Yeah, Adol, you're finally up. Lombardia 2 is in top shape. But helping us load the cargo. Hard to believe that we're actually escaping the cursed island of Seirin. It's all thanks to you and the others. Thanks to Captain Barbaros and the castaway village you helped establish. Thanks for all you've done. When we make it back to port, we'll raise a toast together. When I first played this game, I literally thought the numbers next to their name was the friendship towards you, but it was actually their age. You know, I could actually believe that. I could easily believe that. No, we just started loading cargo. It hasn't been long, but it really feels like we lived the castaway life forever. Still, I've got some good memories of the 6 of us exploring this crazy island. Huh? Did I say 6? I meant 5, not 6. Ah, well. Want to take one last walk before we shove off? Kinda doubt you'll find much appeal to an adventurer, but you can soak up the sights. See? Yeah, I guess I just talked to everyone. We're exactly 1 week out from when we set sail. Yeah, actually seeing each of the characters' age is actually kind of surprising. Like... Wait, did that mean they... No, is still in the journal. Yeah, we still have them listed in the journal. Except for Shubil, we need to know something about Shubil. What the...
Yes.
At all, it's unlike you to sleep in. As for today, I agreed to transport goods without charging a fee. Transport anything that we need to get off this island. But it's strange. No, it must be some mistake. Seems like Sahad and the others don't remember anything at all. I wonder what happened to the Great Tree of Origins. Maybe I'll go to the northern regions. They're actually letting me leave? They are. No quests available either. I am very confused. Can't even talk to the crystal. Alright, I'm leaving. Oh, it actually will let me warp somewhere. Okay. Nothing remained. No temple, no Great Tree of Origins. This untamed wilderness, as if nothing had ever been here to begin with. Beams of sunshine peeked through the tree tops, bathing it all in their light.
Hey!
Hmm? You're here too, Adol? What are you guys doing here? Or why are you guys here? This is literally the same question, just by adding the word "doing." Oh no, it's what and why as well. Well, I don't quite have a reason for being here that makes sense. I felt like something was calling out to me. I left the village and came here. Surprisingly enough, I think that's the reason we're all here. Yeah, I felt like I just had to come here. This is a strange coincidence. I'll say, I didn't expect to find you here too, at all.
Oh,
What is it?
has this area always looked like this?
No, it feels different.
It does feel different. But why?
Not sure. I sort of feel like something big used to be here, though.
Let's explore this area a bit more.
Adol met up with Lexi and the others. Oh, we really just can't do anything. I almost want to say this actually is... Wait a minute. Oh, I guess I don't have to worry about the map anymore then. That's a little weird. That's actually even weirder, not having any adventurer gear. Also, this actually looks beautiful. Can I just leave? Will the game let me leave? Nope. Wait, what does she say? You know, if it feels as though we'd regret leaving this place now. No, can we walk around this area just a little longer? Aw, look at the little tree. Wait, what happened to the Great Tree of Psyches then?
This place sure is pretty.
There's nothing here in particular, and yet...
Indeed, it's strange. There's nothing noteworthy about this place, so why does it feel so familiar?
Found Adol! Found red one!
Hey, how's it going, Vortalis?
Hey, it's Peril.
A raid?
Do you feel it too, Peril?
How curious. He's not acting like his usual self.
Adol Kristen, I congratulate you and your friends on your achievement.
What?
Thank you for answering my call.
That's a new one. Who's he talking like now?
Wait.
Huh?
What? Oh, hello. Also, hello, nurse.
A woman?
What sorcery is this?
What the hell just happened to Pero?
I'm actually also surprised, Axel.
May your lost memories of the forgotten world be yours once again.
Who is she?
Huh?
What the?
What's all this stuff I'm remembering all of a sudden?
How could I have forgotten all this? The time we spent with Donna, her irreplaceable friend.
These memories have no cause to exist, but I have restored them nevertheless.
Restored? Who are you?
Earth, the little Paro is the goddess Maya?
I am Maya, the goddess who created the great tree of origins when the earth was newly born.
Goddess?
Maya. That name sounds familiar.
I believe the Warden Hydra mentioned her. Earth Goddess Maya, creator of the Great Tree, and evolution along with it.
I thought, honestly, the goddesses would be related to Altago, because of the Trinity religion.
But I heard that you vanished during Hydra's era.
What's a goddess doing here?
I was dreaming. I dreamed a never-ending tapestry of evolution throughout the eras. It was very comforting. But I've since awakened from that dream, and now that world has ceased to be.
Wait, this a dream?
What's that mean?
I dreamed every phenomenon that transpired in this land.
So the world wasn't actually going to end?
Including the lives of all species, and even the Lacrimosa itself. Thus, when I awaken, the dream must end.
My word.
So you're saying we're just fragments of your dream?
A dream that ended. Wait, did it end when we...
Yes.
Wait, how are we still around if she made us part of the dream?
I was awakened when the source of evolution, Theos de Endrogram, ceased to be.
Then we destroyed the world?
But if that is indeed what happened, what is this world we're in right now?
This is a new world I have reconstructed. Due to your actions, the previous world no longer exists. That Eternian girl who led you. She became aware that the world was a dream of mine. Through the act of awakening me, she stopped the Lacrimosa.
Donna did that?
Where is Donna? Or did the Lacrimosa stop?
Hold on.
At the moment when Theos de Endrogram fell, Donna offered herself in exchange. In doing so, she relinquished her existence.
Relinquished her existence? Does that mean she disappeared?
Combining her own essence with the power of the psyches contained within Misteltein, The effect of these two opposing forces caused Donna to sublimate into a higher concept of evolution. Thus, I was able to reconstruct the world from the verge of annihilation.
Donna really planned that far ahead?
No. She acted without any knowledge of the potential consequences of her actions. By her own hand, she performed an act of God. As recompense, her existence was forfeit. In the history of this new world, Donna never existed. She is only a concept now.
Wait, what about... I guess they're part of the dream, so I guess Minos, and Hydra and the others don't exist either.
So that's why we forgot her.
You mean we can't see Donna anymore?
Damn it all! This ain't right!
Thank you. I understand. If we are destined to part ways, I want to accept that destiny with a smile and be true to myself when I bid you all farewell.
I won't let you say she's forgotten, or this is not over yet. There. Also, Axel, just a simple yes or no, is there any more side quest stuff left?
No.
Not over?
Or does this, or can I go into the Sanctuary Crypt?
Adol Kristen, brave child of man. So you still intend to search for Donna?
Adol!
I did not expect such an unprecedented situation to occur. The dream woven by you and Donna was rather wonderful. I reconstructed this world because I wish to dream of you again. If you intend to search for Donna, then I shall aid you.
Oh,
A rift in space.
What is that?
I have opened a way to the abyss of origins. If you wish to see Donna again, you must pass through it.
If Donna's really there, then you gotta take me with you, Adol!
Of course, I shall accompany you too.
I haven't done my morning exercises yet. This might be a good substitute.
perfect excuse, Hummel. Perfect.
I'll come along then.
You heard the goddess, Adol. Let's go see Donna again.
Oh, I guess we're just instantly taken here. Okay. Well, it's not like we could do any, like... I'm actually just curious now. The Abyss of Origins. Heck? So we're in, like, the dream again?
So this is the Abyss of Origins?
It's dark and full of ancient plants.
I see light back there!
Should we head toward it?
Head
Yes, so we can
towards
see
the light.
Donna again. Let's go.
So... Oh, no map. Oh, I can get this map. That's a little odd. This is... I'm surprised this game is still not giving me the, like, hey, you better be careful, this is the point of no return sort of deal. I'm gonna assume, yep, she gave me this back. Okay. Don't know, really, never gotten all the achievements. You got 37 in 1-4 playthrough. Once you pass the light, prepare for a good fight. Good to know, thank you. I will prepare for a good fight. Sorry, Rakota, to me, is the better one out of the two. there another item I gave her? Oh, right. I gave her the juggler scarf. Guess we'll have someone with that. Point of return was starting the fight against Theos. Really? Usually the game's really good about saying, hey, this is the point of no return. There's no coming back. Rani Va. Coconut, mango, and tree fruit. Really? Oh. Bo Ado. Oh. Oh! Crap. Good start. Also, I just realized I don't have any more potions to bring with me. That's gonna be a thing. I should really stop sandbagging. Theos technically is the final boss. Here's just the true ending. That's a lot of ripe coconuts. Also, it's weird only having one side of the map. All enemies here drop fruits. Vado drops ripe fruits. I really actually don't have to worry about, I'm actually not too worried, honestly, because, well, I have 47 of them. Kinda not worried about getting KO'd. If this was Inferno, it's already equipped, actually. So, everyone's already geared up. Oh. Oh, crap. Damn it. Well, might as well. Oh, I don't know, those are a bear trap. You know, it makes sense why they would give you so many revival items here. I always forget, actually, like, this goes two ways. I don't think I need to change anything, really. Like, in terms of equipment, I think the only thing... Yeah, actually, no, I wouldn't change a damn thing. Like, because of the 6 Sky Crowns. Honestly, Sky Crown is just such a good item. Combine it with the Crimson Fang, and you are basically... You are nearly unkillable. Nearly. You could still die. That would be a terrible thing, but... Yeah, plenty of mangoes and coconuts, though.
We can rest it.
Chapter 4, probably the longest... No, Chapter 5 was the longest chapter. Oh, what's in here? The Dream of Maya. This is weird even for Ease standards. Just gonna say that right now. What the heck? Is that like a baby hide? It's an egg. What the?
What is this? You sure we can handle this thing?
Judging by the shape, it looks like a primitive organism.
It doesn't even have a name. I feel bad for it because it's a baby. What the? Oh, you weren't kidding about rock concert. Oh, the origin of life. I really wish I could actually target it. I guess I can't attack this thing directly. Oh no. 4. I don't know what's going on, but okay. Yeah, I'm guessing I just need to just keep fighting things. Yep, I figured as much. I need to actually get everyone together. What the? What the? That's why I said almost invulnerable. Alright, this is actually ridiculous. I was waiting for that. Go. Oh, I hate these things. Oh, and that's how it heals. That's pretty evil.
That feels good.
I don't know why I did that. Let's actually do something here. Let's actually try and be smart about this. Oh good, it's going easy on me. Lovely. It's going easy on me. Ah, I saw that. Actually, no.
Something's coming. Be careful.
My turn. Body feels funny.
My turn now.
Nope. That's a bad thing. That is a bad thing. Wow, you're right, Axel. The music is awesome. What? Well, that was my fault. Well, it's still actually going, so that's fine. That's not fine. That is not fine at all. Alright. There we go. What's next? And it just heals itself to fall. Wasn't even able to switch. Actually, you know what? Really? Come on, fine. Drink the juice.
I can keep going.
I really need to pay attention to a lot of things in this fight. Oh god, I almost had a seizure there. Really? If that... Nope. There we go, finally. Like, trying to get a flash guard here, and I don't know if I'm getting evades or not. Poor little baby. Oh. What the? The source of all. Origin of life. Full heal? Full heal.
This must be its true form. Let's go, everyone!
Indeed! Let's see Donna again!
Really need to stop doing that. God, I cannot tell if that's actually going to hit me or not. That'll hit me. Okay. Oh, that's a problem. I swear, you cannot. I have terrible depth perception. I cannot tell. Yeah, I literally can't tell. This damn blade has a lot of HP. Wait, does that mean everything's a dream? Ah, I knew I could mess that up. Like, if you really think about it, then that means, like, everything that Adol has done has been a dream. I'm surprised that actually caused him to miss. Uh-oh. This one has double the health. It feels like this actually has a lot less health, honestly, but that's because I can do damage directly. And get a lot more crits. That's also another big thing. Really? I still haven't even gotten close to stunning this guy. Oh, no wonder why Laxia's not doing anything. She has no attack. Oh.
I can keep going.
Yeah. Except for Frozen. Can't do anything about that. Shit. If it wasn't for the Sky Crown, I'd be dead 1,000 times over. I'm just gonna say that right now. I'm almost tempted to actually not. I'm not gonna do the damage glitch. I'm not gonna do the damage glitch, but still. Oh. Oh, cool. It went down to full damage bar. Oh. Just noticed that. Oh. It has more attacks. What? What the? Beast Expert. Well, we got Beast Expert. Oh? Oh. Okay. Okay, that was weird. Got the double hit. It got the double hit. Oh. Now I see the problem. Oh god, you can't even see it. That Sky Crown is just really powerful. I cannot praise that item enough, as well as the vampire. That was the other thing. Oh, that would be an understatement, board. That would be an understatement. Uh-oh. Nope, must break through shield. Oh, it's still attacking, even with the shield. Come on. You! Oh, I got so lucky. I got really lucky there again. Oh crap, it's doing that thing again, isn't it? It is. I cannot see this ball of fire. I think this thing was supposed to actually do... Whoa! It finally got me. It finally got me. Had a good run. This is also a lot of HP. Hang on a second. I'm curious about something. It said I got the bestiary done, and I'm really curious about something. No, not the Anger Catches, not the King of Eternia. Now, where are you on the list? Origin of Life, here we are. 46,300 HP, the progenitor of all life, first of its kind, bearer of new worlds, filled with limitless potential. Embodies the myriad forms life can assume. With this form, it may engage the world directly. Life in its purest form, but is instinct and impulse. 45,000, no, 451,000 HP. I kind of didn't expect, like, I'm half and half on the whole weakness system in this game. I feel like they kind of went halfway with it, and I feel like that's actually to its detriment. Darn it. Also, I shouldn't have done that, because I just realized how close he is to being stunned. Oh! What the? Well, that was new. Oh, gravity well, that's what that is. He actually does have a weak point, oddly enough. They don't, like, it's not a traditional weakness like strike, slash, and pierce, but, like, I'm just constantly getting crits by hitting him on the head. Or I'm getting yellow, which shows that, hey, he's actually weak to getting hit in the head. Also, I just realized something.
All right, let's push through.
Kinda was wondering why the DPS just kinda dropped. Oh. Okay. That just happened.
Let's go!
Finally. There we go. That was the damage I was waiting for. But why the heck is she not attacking?
Still go.
Oh, Bolognese's SP regen. Didn't I? I thought I didn't. Oh, alright.
Still go.
Like, why isn't she attacking? There we go. That is an evil attack. Like, that gravity well will just instantly kill you. Come on. get this. Or he could just nuke me from space. Well, we just lost that all. And we also lost Rakota. And apparently he also got paralyzed. There we go. I'm surprised they gave you the Bestiary achievement in the middle of the boss fight. Huh? What the?
Huh? How do we end up here?
We're back where we started.
So you have returned.
What's going on? I thought you said we would see Donna again.
Did you pull a fast one on us?
As I stated earlier, Donna is a concept now. She no longer exists. She is everywhere and nowhere.
Oh, hello.
And now, she is here.
Wow.
The newest member of the Pantheon. Donna, the goddess of evolution.
What?
Goddess?
Donna!
Donna! Donna!
We finally found you, Donna!
Rakota? Alexia? Why were you playing hide and seek with us? I'm sorry.
Aww.
I don't think you can perceive me unless you've made contact with the origin of life.
What?
You've done a lot for us. The Tribaldo family always pays their debts in full, but this might be too much for even me to repay.
Hummel.
He's right. I don't know how I could ever repay you either. The whole Grecian region is safe now, thanks to you, Donna.
Sahad. Adol.
I was worried about you. Or thank you. Maybe Maya made her a god.
I'm sorry. I was so desperate at the time, and the next thing I knew, I had become this. But I'm glad I got to see you again.
In the beginning, the newborn world of my dream was stagnant and unchanging. Thus did I establish selection and rejection, and create a tree to foster evolution.
The great tree of origins.
Then Warden Hydra told us the same thing.
Yes, the dream woven by the never-ending cycle of evolution was very wonderful. But constant change will inevitably give rise to anomalies. Adol and Donna, the circumstances that brought you together were one of these anomalies. But I did not expect it to tear open a seam in the world and bring about my awakening.
What will happen to the Lacrimosa? Or what will you do now? Both very good questions. What should we ask her? What will you do now?
After this, I shall return to my eternal slumber. As long as I sleep and dream, the Lacrimosa will return one day.
Wait, that's not good.
But in the future, the Lacrimosa will be entrusted to the goddess of evolution.
Donna?
But the Lacrimosa put Donna through so much pain. Won't it be tough for her to take care of it now?
Yes, in all honesty, I'm not confident in my ability to do so. But this time, I'm not alone. I will have help.
Huh.
Everyone, thank you for your help.
Sarai.
And the Wardens of Evolution.
They're alive?
Yes. By your actions, we have been freed from our duty as wardens.
Does that mean they're not immortal?
From now on, we will assist Donna in overseeing the evolutionary process.
I think we understand the people of this world better now. If we can act in accordance with the era and use the Lacrimosa properly, I think we can use evolution to make the world a far better place.
I don't know about all that, but I guess it's fine if you and Donna are handling the Lacrimosa now.
Yes. But never forget, should this world rapidly fall into chaos, the Lacrimosa may come sooner than expected.
We will be keeping a watchful eye on this world. We cannot hesitate to come to its defense. Isn't that right, Goddess Donna?
Yes, that is the task we've been given by Earth Goddess Maya.
Guess we better not slack off then.
Yes, we must be resolute. We cannot disappoint Donna or the Wardens.
That's fine, or... Oh, that's right, or we'll be fine. Hydra's calm demeanor. Yeah, I like Hydra. Actually, I kind of like Minos, too.
We don't want to cause them any trouble.
Yep.
It is time, Donna. Time for me to sleep once again.
Yes. Adol, please allow me to keep my promise before we go.
I see what you did there, Axel.
Your promise?
Yes, I made a promise to you all. After we defeated the Okeanos, we saw in a vision that we would go our separate ways. So I wanted to say goodbye to you all on my own terms.
Please tell me, or I remember. I remember.
Thank you. Adol, though you only came to know me after you arrived on this island, I've known you for a very long time. When I was all alone in this world, in the midst of despair, seeing how you and your friends lived gave me the strength to go on. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for giving me that strength. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for accepting me as your friend. And finally, thank you from the bottom of my heart for finding me.
Aww. Oh, kiss him, you fool. I should be thanking you, Donna, or I'll never forget you, Donna.
I won't forget.
I'll never forget you either, Adol. I'm glad I finally got to keep this promise.
Donna.
Thank you for everything.
Thank you.
My friends, I know how sad this is, but we really must part now. you. Goodbye.
Is she gonna make us forget? Also, all the dinosaurs coming back? One week later.
The weather's nice and the water's calm. We should be able to leave the Isle of Seiren without any problems. I don't think we'll have any issues making it to Sunyan Port either.
I never thought this day would come. For as long as I was a castaway here, my time here felt remarkably short.
Well, you've been here longer than any of us. It's probably just starting to sink in now.
True. But now I can return to my true calling as an explorer. Since this really is the end, I think I'll take one last walk on the island.
You be careful now.
Uh-oh, that's not good.
We'll be ready to depart once Dogi finishes checking the cargo. I think that might take him a while, though. If there's something you need to finish, or something you forgot, best take care of it now, Adel.
If you did everything right, the tile screen should be different now. Well, we'll see that in a moment, then. I'm gonna guess. Am I gonna get a warning? No warning. Cargo's loaded and our course is charted. Wind's just right. Finally managed to keep our promise to the captain. We really did it.
Right.
Let's get going. When we finish examining the cargo, we're going to depart. I'm getting all excited.
Adel.
Hey, Adel. Like you've changed a bit lately. Guess something nice happened. Fill me in later, would you? I forgot, or it'll be a long story. Poor Dogi. He's been cut out of 2 adventures. Or at least given amnesia. Alright, I like the sound of that. We'll have plenty of time from now on. We earned a little rest. Oh, you can just depart immediately. That's amazing. Sunyan Port should be a few days voyage from here. Take the helm. Don't worry, I promise I'll get us there. I'll be looking forward to it. Oh, I knew I could count on you. So basically, the game will end if you select depart with Sahad, then I'm assuming. Finally get to see my navigating skills at work. Man, I never would have expected saying goodbye to Donna was gonna go like that. But hey, she's always gonna be watching over us. So I guess there's no need to be sad.
Right.
You're ready to set sail whenever you're ready. Aww. The little Picards, they're important to talk to. Is there anyone in here? No, I guess not.
Brilliant.
Come everyone, it's time we set off. Oh, be silent. Why am I in here with the livestock of all things? Can't you be quiet? Ah, this is disgraceful. Get used to it, Carlin. Ah, Sister Nia. A wonderful place. Everyone supports one another and is so considerate. Of course, there are also hardships, frustrations, and irrationality. For now, let's praise our celestial master for uniting us. Most of all, I'm thankful everyone we can all cry and laugh together. Wait, does that mean she basically completely forgot that she became an independent person separate from religion? Oh, I got all my adventuring equipment at least. And I'm still in a party.
Adel.
Oh, Adel. Feel like crossing swords? Won't have many opportunities to spar on the ship. So let's work up a sweat while we can. Wait, does that mean I can... Can I? No, I guess I can't warp anywhere, can I? Take a look, Adel. Am I a better caretaker now? I suppose nobody in the village remembers Donna at all. Time spent with her, the fights they fought together, the joys they shared. You're very right. Today is a joyous day. Let's put a smile on our faces. I'm sure that's what she wants.
Adol!
Big day is finally here. Pretty lonely to start without my husband here. Everyone's been here for me, and it's meant more to me than I can say. And thank you very much, Adol. Aww. Now, once we climb aboard, it'll be time to say farewell to this island. If you think about it, we've dealt with so much here. Even the low points feel like good memories now. Once he's older and can understand my stories, I'll tell him about his birthplace. The dreaded Isle of Saren. A voyage without a captain is a little bit worrisome, but I've been able to overcome so many issues together. No matter what comes our way, we'll rise above it. Anyway, as long as I'm around, your bellies will be satisfied. Let's look forward to the menu I made for our ocean adventure. Oh, where's the doctor? Never thought this day would come. Well, it just happened, but has served as an opportunity to work with many different people. In a sense, this is a bittersweet moment. I mustn't let myself wallow in sentimentality. I must return to Silseta to assist in handling the rebellion. Wait, rebellion? Wait, rebellion?
Man.
I'll just have to leave them behind. They've been helpful, but there's just no room. I only came here to initially catch Nameless. Not like I didn't have enough to deal with, since I have to report on the incident and attend my colleague's funeral. Well, at least I'll be able to close the case. Business here is going to close soon. Don't misunderstand me, I'm not getting teary-eyed because I'm emotional or anything. Just got something in both of my eyes. Merchants don't stock tears. They stock profit. Can I actually... Nope. No reason to leave the village. We are completely stuck here. Is there anyone in here? Hello, Franz? Alright, I think this is enough tidying up for now. Honestly, I'll serve everyone a nice pot of tea. Villagers seem to be troubled by something. I'll go around and talk to everyone. Thank you, Franz. You're always a good man. Actually, okay, no, there's no one else in here. Sorry, since this is the end of the adventure, I feel like I should do this. Guess it's time for me to say goodbye to this smithy. I'll never forget my time here. Looking back, I've forged much more than weapons and armor in this place. 5 years of experience have forged into me a better blacksmith than I was before. You're probably tired of hearing this, but I really can't thank you enough. As a black market transporter, I've always lived alone. I enjoy solitude, and the current situation hasn't changed that. Looking at Castaway Village, I feel something welling up inside of me. Like the feeling I got from the place where I spent my childhood.
Jeez.
I think the time that I spent here is something valuable to me. Thank you, or I feel the same. I'm curious, actually, what the last thing of Shubil will be as well. Same thing with Rakota. It's weird that they're the last two. I see. Hearing that from you is a comfort to me. Seems like there's still time till we depart. If I forget anything, I've failed as the transporter. I'll check the area a little bit more before I head out. Hey, wait a minute, is that... I wonder... Why did I do that? Anyone up here? Aha! Austin. Oh, good day to you, Adol. Taking one last look around this place, that I may properly remember it. My time here has certainly made its share of memorable experiences. Which no doubt means I'll be quite busy with my work upon my return. I'm simply burning with the urge to create, to make something new. It's simply a matter of time before the word of Austin, Master Artiste, blankets all of Eregia. Well, it's a good thing I checked, actually, because this game has definitely not used that spot at all. Oh. Okay, we'll save them for last. Oh, there's Eregia. I'm watering them one last time. I'll leave the seedlings. I'm sure they'll grow by themselves. It's okay, these guys are strong and went with her. Alright, after this is done, I have to pick up Quina. If I take too much time, a Picard might run away again. Ah, there's the good doctor. I've been helped by the herbs grown here so much. Even after we leave, I want them to grow strong. Alright, let's get on the ship once Queen is finished. She's been such a help. I would like to thank her. Yep, I figured as much.
Alright!
There, all done. Planted a bunch of flower seeds so the captain won't get lonely. Thank you very much, Captain. I promise I'm never ever gonna forget you. I'm gonna keep moving forward.
Goodbye, Captain. Thanks for everything. One of the few red-headed people in the world. Well, let's see what Thanatos and Master Kong have to say. Seems like Rakota finally understands what it means to say goodbye. No matter what happens, the Isle of Saren will always be her home. Even if she leaves, that will not change. I would like Rakota to come visit this island again someday. Master seems impressed.
Well. Okay, Mentor, I'm going now. I thought I could come see you anytime, thanks to warping. I can't do that once I leave. Mentor? Squaw.
No.
No, I'm not crying. I'm gonna do like you said. I won't cry, I'll be strong. You taught me lots of things. I'm grateful for everything, Mentor. I'll definitely come back, so until we meet again. Squaw. Aww.
When Rakota was young, Shubil made her promise to never cry and always smile no matter what. That's her smiling? Still learning. Is happy to have met so many new people. She's eager to learn more and see the world after they escape. There we go. Alright. I think our time is done. Wait, I did save, right? Do I have everyone's entries? Yes, yes we do. I just actually unlocked the, actually, let me actually check here. We haven't gotten Beyond the Nightmare yet. We got the Beast, one. We haven't gotten the Reaper of Hall. Where's People Person? It must be really up on the list here. It's actually my most recent achievement, so I got 51 out of 54 achievements right now. Oh, that said, the only thing left to do, I think, is to actually depart. Since I'm not gonna go anywhere else. Let's depart. Oh, are you ready to go? Yeah, let's go, or I just need a little more time. Nope. Let's go. Alright, I'll get started on boarding the other castaways first. That's one heck of a boat. So wait, what about the post dungeon?
All right, Adol. We're just waiting on you guys to board.
Guess we should start boarding.
Tally-ho!
Something wrong, Laxia?
After everything that's happened on this island, I suppose I thought if I finally did manage to leave, that I would be happier.
I sort of know how you feel. I'll never forget the things what happened here. I'll always treasure the time I spent here with you guys.
I won't forget either.
As a transporter, my time here was well spent.
Fate may have brought us all together, but the reason we're standing here today is because of Donna's guidance and your leadership, Adol. So, thank you.
I got to see my father again because of you, Adol.
And you're the reason I was able to complete my delivery.
Knowing you, I bet you're already planning your next big adventure. But I do hope we meet again someday, wherever that happens to be. I assure you, when the time comes, you will meet a far more competent Laxia von Roswell.
I'm looking forward to it, or I'll work hard too. You just have to load up the save and then go to Sanctuary Crypts. Okay, interesting. Wait a minute, 51 out of 54? I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Yes, I will do my utmost. Thank you for everything.
Oh, kiss him, you fool.
All right, anchors away. Time to set sail.
Still, getting 51 achievements in one playthrough is really good. But, like with any other Ys game, you gotta play through the game twice. Actually, no, technically you wouldn't. I'm Ultra Baldo. Returned to the Roman Empire, where he resumed his work as a transporter for the criminal underworld. Over the course of his work, he met a daughter of a wealthy noble who would eventually propose marriage to him. But he declined her offer and continued to work as a transporter, while also managing the orphanage where he spent his childhood. What? Go to Beldine. After escaping the Isle of Seiren, she traveled the world with her father, Thanatos Beldine. A peace treaty was finally signed between the Roman Empire and the Kingdom of Altago, and the seas became safe once again. Soon after, Rakota and her father traveled to the Central Africa known as the Dark Continent, but their current whereabouts are unknown. This text is too fast. Sahad Nautilus. Returned to his homeland, Crete, where he reunited with his beloved wife and daughter. Though the details are scarce, it is said that he lived the rest of his days in peace. However, tales eventually spread about his large, boisterous fisherman who helped his fellow castaways on the Isle of Seiren. Laxia von Roswell. While studying abroad at the Glia Academy, she reunited with her father. Soon after, she began extensively researching primordials and devoting herself to restoring her noble house. Garnering wide acclaim for both public at large and other noble houses, she became the one known leading expert at primordials. Adol Christian. Parted ways with the other castaways after docking in Greek. His current whereabouts are unknown. Based on the fragments and available information, he stayed in Greek for a time before eventually traveling west. Nearly 100 travelogues, each chronicling his adventures, have been discovered in his childhood home, and I couldn't even finish reading it because the goddamn text is too goddamn fast. I'm actually upset at that. I will definitely check the list after we finish, because I don't want to press any buttons during the credits. Like a curse. I still haven't gotten, like, you've beaten the game achievement, actually. Rakota's necklace and a message in a bottle? What? Why would Rakota's necklace be in there? Also, Rakota's wrap up there. That's a nice little tie-in to E7 there. VIII, Lacrimosa of Dana. So I'm actually a little confused about certain things. Actually, about this game, if I'm gonna give my thoughts about it. So does that mean all of Adol's other adventures were basically a dream? Like, seriously. Does that mean, like, E's 1 through 5 were basically a complete dream? Oh, Hydra and Captain Barbarous were the same voice actor. As for the game overall, I'd still have to say this is actually kind of one of the weaker E's entries. Oh. I guess this is post showing their post-adventure here. Like, it's actually really hard to get used to, aw. Good for Sahad. Probably missed his family dearly. Probably didn't even know he was from a pirate lineage. Like, this is a game that has way too much stuffing. I'm just gonna say that right now. Oh my god, look at Laxia. I'm surprised she actually wants to do anything with her father after all this, but... especially since he destroyed his noble house, but I guess she saved it. Probably with help from her brother. And Adol. Off to go get shipwrecked again. And the Ark of Nepishtim. Wait, does that mean if she's the goddess of evolution, that means she can basically keep an eye on everything and everyone? I gotta admit though, localization team, I'm sorry, NIS America, you kinda dropped the ball on quite a few things. You really did. I feel like the gameplay itself is fine. It still has kind of the same flaws as any of the other party systems. Also, what? Okay, that was weird. Like, the story itself is fine. I feel like this game just had so much stuffing. Like, it really... And the pacing. The pacing is definitely the other thing I have to actually say about this. The pacing was god-awful. This was easily the worst-paced Ys game ever, which is why I considered one of the weakest entries. Ah, Shubil and Master Kong. Although I will say, these are lovely credits. All good deserve better. Lacrimosa of Dana, the end. Dana forever! Thank you. I'm good with always a thank you for playing. Beyond the Nightmare, End of the Blue Waves. Unlock clear data bonuses. New raid, an extremely difficult battle. New dungeon, unlocked by meeting certain conditions. Expanded mode, time attack. Of course, it would be a time attack mode. Upon beating the game, you'll be prompted to create clear data. If you load this data from the title screen, you can start a new game with transferred items and other bonuses. You can also resume the game just before the final battle in Chapter 6 while maintaining your status from the clear data. Oh, we just got 2 more achievements, so let us actually do this. I'm actually going to back up all the way here. Let's go to number 1 here. Where we still were in Chapter 5, apparently. And just in case, because I am that type of person. What the? Because I am that type of person. Let's be honest, it's going to happen. As for other achievements I'm missing, so it looks like right now the only other achievements I'm missing, I have 53 out of 54. So the only achievement I'm missing is a hidden achievement. And that means, what is the achievement I'm missing? Is the Reaper of Hall. So literally the only thing I have to do is go back into my previous clear data and beat the Reaper Hall. So basically, that means, on Nightmare, you can get a 1 clear playthrough. That is actually nice. That is actually nice. You basically just have 1 extra dungeon to do, and then you're done with the game in terms of achievements. I'd probably say, honestly, I'm a little surprised, actually, that you can just one time clear this. So what's the new... There is not a new title screen. There's the time attack, there's the gallery. No new title screen. I'm a little surprised, actually. Oh, by the way, there's another criticism, actually, speaking of which. The button layout. Absolutely hated the controls. Button configuration. I'm so glad this had button configuration. The default for this game was god-awful. I would definitely recommend, if you're used to playing, if you literally just finished playing Memories of Celceta, to convert your controls to that. Because I will easily say, this was a very button-busy game if you played with the default controls. The default controls were absolutely the worst in that sense. And I hope to God they actually learned their lesson in Ys 9. Because that was terrible. That's like the other big thing why I consider this actually weak entry. Time attack unlocked. In this mode, you can fight any bosses that you've already encountered and try and beat your record time. Press triangle to switch between different play modes. Clear times will be recorded for each difficulty and play mode. Your character levels, equipment, and items are predetermined for each boss, but you can press options up to open the camp menu and assign skills, adjust ally behaviors, and change accessories. 3 people mode, 2 oh my god, you can act, that is actually really nice. And what? Eternia mode? Oh, right, because Donna. That makes sense. And of course, the almighty boss rush. That's actually cool. You could literally just take on the monsters yourself if you wanted. Wouldn't recommend it. This is definitely an improvement from Celceta because, quite simply, you had to actually get your third party member if you want to have the to have the best chance to do the boss rush achievement. I'm actually glad there's no boss rush achievement. I will definitely say that. But yeah, that was Memories of Celceta. Aside from that extra dungeon, that's it. That's the game. It's still a good adventure, honestly. I am never really disappointed in any of the Ys games, but this one definitely probably had the bumpiest of all the other games. Just simply because poor default controls and terrible game pacing, story pacing. They easily could have made this a 20-chapter game and made it, or fleshed certain things out. Certain things could have basically been given their own chapter and it would have felt in a little bit better. Or the story in certain areas could have lasted longer, like the Nameless there. Or how late Donna appeared in the story compared to how much time you spent in this game surviving. Other than that, though, we've got everything. We'll be streaming Saturday night. Probably not. Like I said, I've been trying to actually not do Saturday nights, so what's probably going to happen, actually, is I'm going to start, finishing the whole uploads for all of my old streams to my YouTube channel. So that's actually what's going to happen. If anything, Friday. That's probably what I'll be spending most of my time doing is, giving all my videos, channel descriptions, and then trying to figure out what actually was the chronological order, for all the old videos, because I've been streaming since 2015. kind of difficult to actually find the actual dates that those streams occurred on, so I might just default and say this happened in sometime in April of 2015 or something like that. Basically, I just need to try and get the months and dates. It'll be easier to chronologically date them as I move forward, because I finally got into the actual practice of highlighting my VODs here pretty much the moment I finished each stream. But that's going to literally take a couple of years. They're basically going to be dumpster uploads, but if you want to see any of my VODs on here, they'll also be on my YouTube channel. Basically for archiving purposes, because Twitch has been doing a lot of things in terms of taking down content, so I want to make sure they're backed up somewhere else. And as the closer we get to 2018, like I said, I'm going to do my best to do basically dump truck uploads, so basically you'll see like 10, 20 videos basically coming up at once. As soon as we actually catch up to, say, this year, for example, I can start uploading the recorded VODs, so they'll be in much higher quality than what you would see here on Twitch's VODs. But I'm always going to actually keep preserving the VODs on Twitch. And there's all the extras. Adol's portrait, Nina's treasure map. And then the movie gallery as well. One nice thing, actually, I learned about the approval events here. You can basically relive the conversations over and over again. So you can actually change your options and such. That's honestly kind of a nice touch. But yeah, unfortunately, I will actually not do the extra dungeon on stream. It's already late enough as it is. Until then, though, I wonder if anyone else I know is streaming. Be a good time to check, although I would be a little surprised. Actually, there are a couple people who are streaming right now. One is Sam Woodhall. He's actually, he's a designer and also a video editor. Kind of is basically doing what I kind of want to do on YouTube in terms of creating content that will help people who want to do streaming or kind of learn about the industry. He's actually doing a 24-hour marathon. I normally don't recommend those. I probably actually don't. And finally, there's Exfo. He's back to streaming Phasmophobia. I don't know why he's actually streaming Phasmophobia. I'm just going to give you a recommendation if you feel like staying up a little bit later. As for me, though, I did enjoy this game. It was definitely, like, if anything for me, I do care about stories in games more than anything else. And this was a good story, but not greatly paced. And I wish they dropped the visual novel element, because this game had way too much stuffing. I feel like I didn't just eat a turducken, I felt like I ate a turducken within a turducken. Oh man, I feel full right now. That is always, though, on Thursday. Thursday's plans. Going to probably start with gifts. I'm basically kind of planning to try and make Thanksgiving the month of being thankful. This has been, let's be honest, 2020 has been a terrible year, and I want to give time to people who actually have either given me a game to play or just be thankful in general. So, I'll see you guys in November. Don't forget to, I believe Daylight Savings is also ending, so remember to fix your clocks. Until then, though, as always, thank you very much for watching. Thank you to all the people who've been watching. Axel, Mergiger, Ford. Really appreciate all of you coming along for the ride, and hope you enjoyed VIII, Lacrimosa of Dana. But until then, take care.